Whoa. Oh, what's going on, boys and girls? I'm hoping, I'm hoping to share a morning sunrise with you. Well, it's only 4:30 in the morning where I'm at, 4:35, but we are heading due east. So at some point or another, that sun's coming up right in front of us. Uh, I'm gonna say the typical thing I always say. This isn't gonna be a long one. Last time I said that, we went 4 hours. So, but we're not going to go 4 hours. I just crossed into Michigan, so get ready to have your fucking eyeballs rattled off your out of your head watching this. Um, but I did buy a new mount for the phone, so we should be in better shape for this for this drive. I am a little more pressed for time, so in case you're wondering, are you going faster, Brian? Yes, I am. Speed limit is 65 through Michigan on 94, and I've got my cruise set at 71. Even Michigan state troopers should leave me alone at this speed at this time of the morning. So, kind of hoping that be the case. What's going on? We got chaos sitting here. Sterling, dude, Sterling, I'd have an easier time, picking up my fucking phone and calling God than getting hold of you, or at least staying on the phone with you. For the love of Christ, boy, get yourself a booster or something. If you can't afford one, fuck, I'll buy you one, because every time I want to talk to you, I get about what 7 minutes worth of conversation. Call drops. You get another 7 minutes worth of conversation, or get yourself a goddamn job where you're not driving from Fallon, Nevada, all the way out to goddamn Portland, Oregon, and there's no cell service. You're killing me, man. Killing me. Nick Earl, how we doing, Nick? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for popping in. Man, you guys are up early. Johnny McFadden. Jesus Christ, son. Long time, no talk there. Johnny goes way back, guys. Johnny goes way back. I've known Johnny fucking well, it's gonna be at least 20 years now, John, since I started working there. You were already there when I started working there. You'd already worked there about a million a million fucking years. Um so yeah, Johnny, good to see you, man. How the hell are you? Hopefully you're well. Hopefully you're well. Those goddamn trucks, those cars coming the other way with those HIDs, they're a little bright, eh? I thought because the lanes were far enough apart, you may not get some of that glare, but there's a little bit of glare. Sorry, guys. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. I only got out of bed about an hour ago. I've only been rolling about 4:30, 3:30. So yeah, no, actually I got up at 3, so I couldn't roll till 3:30. So I've only been rolling about an hour and a bit here. I killed it yesterday. I absolutely killed it yesterday. I made it, well, when I did the last live, right? Um, oh yeah, yeah. Now the radio wants. You can go 400 miles and nobody wants to talk, and 4 o'clock in the morning, then somebody wants to talk on the CV. I made it into Gary, right? when I shut down the last live. So then I didn't go live yesterday. I was just too damn busy. So I ran from Gary out to Cedar Rapids, got offloaded, ran from Cedar Rapids back to Peru, Illinois to James Hardy. And believe it or not, man, I was in and out of there in about an hour and a half, which is it's a world record for that place there. And so I nailed that. But I was running short on on hours, and so I just put the screws to it yesterday, and I made it back to Porter, Indiana, and that's where I started from this morning. So when I started this morning, I had 691 miles to get back to my terminal tonight. So we got to pull for the hull of our ass today to get this back to the terminal. 691 miles. Hence the 71 mile an hour speed limit, or the speeding, a little bit of speeding here. I'm not going to run 71 the whole time. I will probably just run 71 miles an hour through the better part of Michigan. Then I'll back it back down once I get into Ontario, and I'll probably just run it for 65 across Ontario. I should be able to keep the time and the speed at a distance. Plus, when I get into Canada, I get 2 extra hours of driving, right? Right now in the U.S., I've only got 10 hours of driving available to me. In Canada, I got 13 hours, or sorry, I got 11 hours, but I got 13 hours of driving. So with 13 hours of driving, the average person, if you hustle on a 13-hour day, it's not uncommon to break 750, almost 800. You can do 800 miles if everything goes right in your day on a 13-hour drive day. So that's one of the advantages to having Canadian logbook hours, right? We can do this and get away with it. I damn well fucking, you know what? I screwed my coffee up this morning. There's nothing worse. You start your truck, you do your pre-trip, and then you walk into the J and you get your coffee while your truck's warming up, and then you come back and you put your coffee down, you light your cigar, you start trucking, and then you reach down for that, that anticipated jolt of coffee. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I didn't put enough sugar in it. Like on an extra large coffee, I like 2 like good heaping teaspoons of sugar. Sorry, I do. I know you're rolling your eyes, going, "That's disgusting," but I like 2 teaspoons. Well, I don't know. When you're at the J, they don't give you a teaspoon, right? You just hold the thing upside down. You hold it until you think you got enough sugar. I guess I didn't hold it long enough. So my coffee is a disappointment this morning, boys and girls. So usually that would make me a little grumpy. So I figured I'd go live and take it out on you guys. It's all your guys' fault. Fuck you all. As I'm taking a mouthful of my shitty coffee, right? Well, we're still at the beginning part. We're only at the 23-yard line in Michigan, so the roads are still smooth here. I guess the western end of Michigan paid their road tax. So we're going to be running. I'm going to be crossing at Port Huron, which is the Michigan side. Sarnia is the Canadian side, so I'll be crossing into Sarnia, Ontario. Now I won't be carrying the stream for that. Besides, that's 4.5 hours away, or 4 hours away. So I'm not planning on staying live for 4 hours. I say that all the time. As I say that, the road gets bumpy. There we go. Now we're you're in Michigan, but when? Bump. I think that was my exhaust. I've got a grass burner on this thing. I think that was my exhaust that just fell off. I forgot to get the duct tape out and put the fucking duct tape on. Screw this. Screw this. There we go. We're a little smoother here now. So Sterling, I'm gonna assume that because you're in here typing, and guys, like, sorry, I can't really read these, especially at night. It's even harder. But Sterling, I'm gonna assume that that you made it. I was watching some of. Well, I was falling asleep while trying to watch some of your shit last night, or when I got parked yesterday. Um, I fell asleep with my damn phone in my hand. Right. I woke up this morning and my phone was on the floor. It's like, I don't know what the hell happened, but fell asleep. But I was watching you with your chaining episode and my going there. Emil Hart. Good morning. Good morning, sir. How the hell are you, man? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you taking a look around. I am doing absolutely everything wrong here this morning, Emil. In case you're wondering what the hell is this lunatic doing, I'm in the left lane in a construction zone doing 70 miles an hour. So this is one of those cases, guys, where I do a lot of videos showing you guys tips and tricks and trying to be helpful. And this is how you do it. Don't do this. Don't do that. This is one of those videos of don't do what I do. Right. This is what not to do right now. So, like your father used to say to you, right? Son, don't do as I do. Funny enough, my father never ever said that to me. Plays on the freeway. Man, you're in here too. Jesus, freeway, you're out in Cali, man. You're 3 hours behind us. What the hell? You probably haven't even gone to bed yet. You're probably still just sitting up, having a smoke and a smile. Yeah, Sterling. I believe it or not, lucky for me, I've got no wind today. I do have a wind. Actually, I've got a tailwind. It's coming out of the southwest, so it's hitting me on the back passenger side of the trailer, and it's giving me a little push. But it's not like on the drive out there where it was pushing me across lanes, where I was taking it right on the bloody door, and it was like 25 mile an hour consistently. So I've got a nice easy. It's not even a hard blowing wind. If I had to guess, I'd say I'm maybe 8 to 10 mile an hour. So even at 70 miles an hour, I'm still getting better than 7.5 miles per gallon right now. Cruising through Minneapolis right now. That is one city I hate going through. I haven't been up there in about a year, but we used to do a lot of business up there, and then we used to do a lot of deliveries, a lot of cable and a lot of stuff used to go up to the Minneapolis area, and then our reloads were out of Rogers. We were picking up Bobcats out of Rogers. Now we still do. I just haven't done it. I haven't been on our flatbed division in a while, so this is actually one of my first or second day back on the open board, pulling a flatbed. So, but we still do that. We still do those runs. But Minneapolis is one of those goddamn cities that if you take the ring road or you take the road around it, not too bad, but it's always under construction. The whole damn city of Minneapolis, at some point, it's like in Canada to us, it's like Montreal. It doesn't matter. They can, when they finish the road, as soon as they finish the damn road, they have to go back and start again because they do such a shitty job on the road that it takes them, the city's under construction for 3 years for 2 highways. And at the end of the 3 years, they got to go back all the way back to the beginning because what they started 3 years ago now has to be rebuilt and fixed. So, and I always got the feeling that Minneapolis is very much like that as well. It's just a bloody headache. And it's not a truck driver friendly city unless you know your way around, right? If you're from there, like if Fate Trucking, he probably knows his way around there, knows the ins and outs, and knows how to get around. Me myself, I know how to get where I gotta go, right? But if there's a problem and there's a detour, I gotta take the detour. Whereas some other guy that lives up there, he's going, well, screw this, I'm not taking the detour. I can get there going this way, right? So it is a pain in my ass when I go to Minneapolis. The only good thing about it is it pays well. For us to go from like from Canada, from where I'm based out of Canada, those are good paying runs going up there. Jerome Jones, good morning. How the hell are you, my friend? Good to see you, man. Jerome, I gotta ask you, buddy. I think a while back you were talking about doing flatbeds, or maybe you were on flatbeds and looking at doing like oversized or something like whatever. I can't remember. You sent me an email, but I'm sorry, I'm a little foggy. Um, did you switch to flatbed? Are you doing the flatbeds? Just curious to see how if you are, how you're making out. Dirty Curdy, what the hell's going on there, son? How are you, boy? How are you? Cheap shot at Curtis. Sorry, Curtis. Love you, boy. You know that. I think I'm actually up. Curtis, I think I'm actually up before Dar this morning. She's gonna she's gonna roll over and look at her phone and go, "What the fuck is he doing?" Pimp J. That is a handle. There you go, son. Pimp J. Good morning. How the hell are you, man? That's $1 million handle you got there. Hang on to that one. Yeah. You know what, Emil, you're right. You got to go through it about 3 a.m. That's the way I am with like Toronto, Montreal, Chicago, Atlanta, New York City. Like when I got to go into New York City, I go in the middle of the morning, or the middle of the night. Like if you got to go in between like midnight 12:30, and you got to be try to get in and out, you know, in 4 hours, maybe five if you're really lucky. You really got to push to get out, to get in and out, and that's the way. Minneapolis is the same way. Get in at 3 a.m. or go through it at 3 a.m. if you got to go through it. I never actually saw a time difference of going around Minneapolis or going through Minneapolis. There's not a whole big time difference, is there? Oh, excuse me. Curtis is fully commando under the under these clothes. I just threw up in my mouth, Curtis. Thanks. Not like my coffee was tasting bad already, but now I gotta fucking think of that. Think of that. Imagine that. Ronaldo, did I see the ghost? I did not see any ghosts. I've not seen a ghost. Heard from a ghost. Nope. Jerome, you didn't make the switch, eh? Okay. Okay. I was just curious. I keep seeing you around, right? I see you at Shannon's live, and I'll see you. I think I see you in Sterling once in a while, and da da da. And I keep meaning to ask you, and I just always forget. So what's stopping you, man? Is it just timing? Is it just well, I can understand if you don't want to make a switch, if you don't want to do it through the winter, right? If you're gonna do something like that, you're gonna make a switch like that and do something new, and you're gonna have to learn. Um, Pick it up in the spring, right? That way you can get spring, summer, and fall, and then you're a little better equipped when you gotta pound one out. Pound one out, huh? Go ahead and pound one out, Jerome. When you gotta pound it out through the winter, so it does make a difference. It does make a difference. Trust me, flatbedding in the winter, it sucks. It really, really does suck. Um, Just remember, because a lot of the stuff we deal with, is steel, right? So like just for example, I mean, like when I say steel, I mean like we do a lot of chains. I throw a lot of chains and a lot of binders and everything like that. And all those chains and binders are at the outside ambient temperature. So if it's minus fucking 10 or minus 15 or minus 20 out, it's cold, right? So all your chains and binders are cold, and it doesn't matter really how good your gloves are. That cold goes right through you, right? And then when you get, you got them on the load. By the time you get there, then you got to, many a time I'm knocking the ice off everything, just so I can get the chains off of my equipment, whatever I'm doing. So learn to do it in the spring. If there's Jerome, if there's anything we can do to help you out, if you need any help getting set up or anything like that, uh, give us a call, man, or drop us a line. Um, be happy to help you out if I can. Brody, what time is it? Well, where I'm at right now, it's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock on the button. No, actually, no. Sorry, it's 4:59. But let's say 5 o'clock on the button. 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm in. I was gonna say the great state of Michigan, but it's the bombed out, blown up state of Michigan. So okay, so you've done flatbed then. Okay, so you were doing kind of so a few years ago. The winter is stopping you. The winter stops a lot of people. A lot of people. It's funny. It's funny because the Canadian market, we got absolutely the Canadian trucking market, we got absolutely saturated with uh, with Indians, right? With Indians from India and Pakistan and Afghanistan, and that was all years and years and years ago. And they came over and they absolutely flooded the dry van and reefer market. It drove our rates down. It did a whole lot because there was just so many of them, and they were willing to work, right? They were willing to work for so much less, right? They'd take loads for numbers that we would scoff at. I wouldn't start my truck for that, right? Um, but these guys were doing it, and then it was funny that well, hey, let's get into the flatbeds. And these guys, most of them, these guys all come from warm countries, right, where it's hot. And yeah, you'll see them flatbed now, but they usually go um, come the middle of November. They're like, nah, I'm going back. They'll go back on dry van, and they'll do vans and reefers from like November, December, January, February, and they might pick it back up in the middle of March because they absolutely refuse to. To throw straps and tarps and everything in the wintertime. Am I saying that right? Umbra? What's up, bro? Well, I'm just out here driving around looking at shit. That's all I'm doing. Counting white lines and looking at shit. I'm getting paid to see the world through a fishbowl. No, I really wish I had something more exciting to show you. I really do. Banging around Michigan ain't exactly exciting, but eh. Yeah, it might as well be, Emil. The Ukraine. Yeah, there's probably people. There's probably. I think Jeff Like did a live yesterday, and he was talking about the homeless situation and the housing situation in Michigan, and they're from Jeff is from the Flint area, and that's an area that's really taken a shit kicking. It really has over the last, well, not the last few years, even more than that, but the Flint area is really taking a beating. And he was talking about how bad it is with the housing and the homeless, and it's ridiculous. And you know what? You're right, Emil. there's probably people in the Ukraine, as sad as it is to say, there's probably people in the Ukraine that are living better than people in Michigan right now. That sucks, and that sucks balls when you sit there and you think about it, that there's no reason for that, guys, right? There's really no reason for that. In a country like the United States, there's no reason for somebody to be jobless or homeless, right? If the government, and again, and I hate to keep doing this, but quoting Jeff, like it all starts and ends with the man at the top. It doesn't matter if you're in Canada or the U.S. You should never see a homeless, unemployed veteran ever. If you've strapped on the boots and you've picked up a weapon and you've served your country, there's no excuse. That guy or girl should never ever have to be homeless or jobless. It just shouldn't happen, and it's sad. And it happens in both countries, your country and my country. Canada's just as bad. Our veterans are treated like absolute garbage up there. Um, and again, guys, it starts all the way, go right to the top, right? Shit rolls downhill, and at the top of the hill in the United States, there's a lot of shit up there, and it's coming down. It's the same in Canada. Our liberal government, right? Trudeau, our liberals are the same as your Democrats, um, and they're terrible. They're absolutely terrible. Like our Prime Minister Trudeau, he knows that his days are numbered. The next election, he knows he's done. He absolutely. I mean, I guarantee you, he's already made arrangements to leave the country and probably move to Nicaragua, live out in the jungle of Nicaragua, because it's probably the only safe place for him to go. Um, nobody in their right mind wants this guy even around, wants him in the country. Um, how he's still breathing is beyond me. He has done so much damage to this country and hurt so many people in this country and screwed our country up so badly that, I'm amazed that, some backwoods, you know, hick hillbilly from northern Ontario or northern Quebec has not literally just come walking out of the woods with a 30-06 with a scope on it and went, well, fuck it, I got nothing else to lose, and blown this guy's brains out. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not endorsing violence. I'm not saying that the man deserves to die. Nobody deserves to die. I'm just saying, I'm surprised it hasn't happened, right? It really, I'm surprised it hasn't happened. Same with Biden. Well, there's no sense removing Biden that way, because you could blow his brains out and you'd still get the same response when you asked him about, Mr. President, what do you think about our current economic situation? Blah 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 blah. You blow his brains out, you're going to get still get the same answer. Shiny squirrel. There you go. That's about the gist of it, right? That's just about the gist of it. I don't even know. I don't know how about you guys, but um, I think 2 days ago, whatever it was, I saw a thing of Joe Biden, and he was on the podium somewhere giving some kind of a, not a speech, but he was just talking about something, whatever you want to call that, right? And I mean, I watched for about 20 seconds, and that's all I could watch. Like, my brain can't comprehend what he's trying to say and what he's trying to do. He's got his right hand is pointing. He does that thing with his hands, right? He's got his hand. He's pointing as he's talking, and he's waving his hand. So he's got one hand going one way, one hand going the other way. His mouth is moving, but nothing's being fucking said. How the hell does that happen? And you guys put him on there. And I'm going to be honest with you. I did, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. I don't, I'm not a big, but I do like to get in, hear little bits and dribs and drabs. So you check it out and you start fine. But as far as I can tell, if you guys look about what's going on with the Democratic Party right now, and you look what's going on with Biden, um, every president that you guys have ever had, as soon as their presidency is up, the first thing that they do is they pack their shit and they get the fuck out of Washington, right? They go, they retire, they start writing books, they make, they do what Clinton did, right? They make $200,000 on every speech they write or they say, and blah blah blah. But the only president that has not left Washington, and it's not because he had to stay there, he didn't have to stay there, is Obama. Now, who do you think's going to be the next? Who do you think's going to be the next president? Or who do you think's going to be at the top of either this election or the next election? It won't be this election, but probably the next election. Who do you think's going to be at the top of the Democratic card? I guarantee you it's going to be Michelle Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, mark my words. Michelle Obama is going to be on the card, and she's going to be a Democrat. Obviously a Democrat, but she's going to be up there in the next, not this election, like I said, the next election. She will be there. Jesus Christ, don't flash your high beams at me, for fuck's sakes. For the love of Christ, my eyeballs are bad enough. So yeah, you guys may break 2 records on that one, right? You're gonna have the first lady president, and she's gonna be a black lady too. Man. Now if you pull down her pants and find out she's got a dick, you've hit the trifecta, right? You've hit the trifecta. Although I get I kind of get the feeling Michelle Obama, there's nothing. Although she's got a set of balls on her with some of the things she says, I'll give her that. Got the drugs in the White House already? Yeah. Well, the drugs have been in there a while, dude. Drugs have been in there a while. He's had Biden, and that's the other thing. Biden's this guy's being a dick. He can't pick us. He's bobtailing. He can't figure out what speed. You set your cruise control, Jack. Biden's been in there a while, and he can't figure out. They can't figure out where the drugs are coming. They know exactly where all the drugs are coming from. But he tries to defend it, or he tries to talk about it, or whatever. Aunt Lala, the glitter troll. There's another $1 million hole. Dr. Bob, me too. Drugs, I want some. Brody, knock yourself out. Come on, man. Come on, man. You're living in the United States of America. This is the drug capital of the world. You could stand in your car. It doesn't matter where you are. You could stand on the roof of your car blindfolded, throw a rock in any direction, and hit a drug dealer. Literally. Literally. Guys, do me a favor, would you? I'm not asking a lot, but do me a favor and hit that like button for me, would you? If you're new and you're hanging out and you're just breezing through, checking out the channel, thank you. I appreciate it. If you're interested in trucking, or you're interested in anything that we do, go through the channel, take a look at some of the videos we do, the lives we do, and stuff like that. If you want to hang out, hey man, sub to the channel. I'd appreciate that too. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Okay, this guy's, you're irritating the living shit out of me. Nice truck though. Nice truck. I love those V&L 830s, the mid roofs. Those Volvos. Those things are sexy as hell. I know it sounds weird for a person to call a truck sexy, but those things are sexy. Good looking trucks. They go through the air like a bullet. So yeah, like I said, I can't really read the comments, but I'm seeing a lot of new names running through here right now. So yeah, you guys got, and if you want to participate, sorry, I'm actually, what I'm doing right now is I'm just taking a look up through the windshield. I'm looking up at the sky to see if I can see stars. We're supposed to get some rain, but right now I can still see nice full sky of stars. So Brian is brainwashed. Volvos are shit. Curtis, they're not shit. They're expensive and they're costly. Or they're costly to fix. But the new Volvos, man, let me tell you something, bro. You get in one of those and you put put your trailer on. You put 40,000 on that trailer and you go. That is one smooth, comfortable ride. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Although I've said it before and I believe this, I personally think Volvos are over-engineered. Right? They're over-engineered. They've got too much, too many sensors, too many components, too many of fucking everything. You know? Yeah, Sterling. They do. They drive like a. The Volvos are the premier truck that if you're in tight situations, like when I had my Volvo, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all because I could put that truck in any bad position. Like I'm talking like rail yards, lumber yards, steel mills, fuck whatever, any small tight spots and everything like that. I could put that truck into any bad position and the thing would just turn around and look at me and go, "Hey, you want to do that? Okay, let's do that." You know, when I had the W9, I couldn't do half the thing. I'd need a football field with a W9 with a 53-foot trailer to turn around, right? My Volvo, I could spin that thing around on a dime. Same with this Cascadia. You can spin it around on a dime. It's absolutely, absolutely beautiful. The Super Z Bros. Good name, man. Like that one. Like that one. 300 miles till you get home. Oh man. Oh man. Well, I'm right now. I'm at 602, bro. I got 602, and that's just to the terminal, and then I gotta go another. Then I gotta go another 78 to get back to my house. So, I got some trucking to do. I started with 681 or 685 or something like that. Russia is great. Give your fucking head a shake. I think you're just Sterling's just saying shit to stir up the pot. Russia is great. Next thing he's going to tell me is that Hillary Clinton's an honest woman. Although I'll give her this. Back in the day, if you took those stupid those bug-eyed fucking glasses off of her, I'd have nailed the hell out of her back in the day. Not today, but back in the day when her and old Billy Boy were running the state of Arkansas. Oh, Hillary Clinton wasn't a bad-looking woman, mind you. You always hear about Bill Clinton's indiscretions and cheating and all that kind of shit. I can tell you right now, that woman sat around the state of Arkansas and she was rode hard and put away wet many a fucking time. It just didn't make the news because she wasn't the governor. I think even Sterling took a crack at Hillary Clinton. That's how twisted he is. Hey, wait a minute, Sterling, you prick! I forgot about this. You were taking you were taking shots at me yesterday in Jeff's live. You dirty rotten SOB. Hillary gets the work done on her back, on her knees. That's the only work she gets done. J Coffee is fucking shit. Well, you know what? It's when you've got J Coffee or no coffee. I am plumb out of Keurig cups. Right? I've got a Keurig in here, and holy Christ, you guys feel that? That's insane. But you've got when you've got no better than nothing, dirty. Nothing better than nothing. Give me a sec. Give me a sec here, boys and girls. I gotta light my cigar. Enjoy the road. There we go. Oh, much better. Much better. Bad coffee and a good cigar. That's a fair trade for now, I guess. It's a fair trade for now. Hmm. 519. I think sunrise was for 640. What 644 or something like that this morning? 644. I just wanted to share a sunrise with you guys. Oh, I'm just at the bottom of this coffee and I found sugar. Found the sugar. I know where it is. You pulling anything? Um, yeah, I've got a flatbed behind me with loaded with building materials from James Hardy out of Peru, Illinois. I got 45,600 pounds on the trailer right now. She is a 48-foot flatbed with a 10-foot spread. It's a non-movable spread. I don't know why our company does that. They bought all of their spread axle trailers with a non-movable spread, you know, which limits us because I can't take a spread axle into Western Canada. I can, but they don't recognize the spread weights. So you can only put like 20,000 pounds. They only believe it or not with a spread axle trailer in the provinces of like Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, they only recognize one of the axles. So you can only put 20,000 pounds on, right? Like in the US right now with the spread the way it is, a 10-foot spread, instead of 34,000 pounds on your tandem, you're allowed to have 40, right? You have 20,000 pounds an axle. But you get into Canada, you get into the western states, so it's a bit of a pain in the ass. And I know company doesn't do that. You know, if you got a movable spread, you got a 10-1 movable spread, you can close up the spread and you go anywhere you want. But I don't know. I think they were just trying to say a multi-billion dollar company, and they're trying to save money on their spread axles. Well, why don't you just limit yourself then? You're saving yourself money on equipment, but you're shorting yourself on the loads you can pull and the places you can go. So, any good lot lizards in Michigan? Yeah, there's lots. There's lots. It's called the homeless. There's people out here that'll for a fucking Snickers bar. Are you kidding? Now, I don't carry Snickers bars, so we're safe. We're safe. Let me tell you. Yeah, last night because I got parked early. I'm on a because I do the ingots usually during the week, right? I'm back out on the regular board here because the ingots are closed for inventory. Um, but because I'm on a night cycle, right? I start with the ingots. I start at 1 o'clock in the morning. I stayed on the cycle while doing this, so I've been getting parked at like 2:30, 3 o'clock. I think yesterday I got parked at 5 o'clock. So that's why I'm running so early, right? I don't believe me. I'm not usually, if I was just doing regular load board, regular flatbed stuff, I wouldn't usually be running like this. Dating apps ruined lot lizards. I wouldn't know about that. I wouldn't know about that. Sterling, Dar and I were talking, and we were just joking and everything. We were actually talking about that. It's because, you know, in my life, I've never used a dating app. Right? I've been with Dar for 21 years, so dating apps obviously weren't around when I was, in between women, between Dar and the last poor victim. Um, so we didn't have dating apps. But if for some reason I ended up, Dar figured, okay, I've had enough of this guy's bullshit, and she turfed me, and I ended up single again. I don't think I'd use a dating app. You know what? I was one of those guys that I enjoyed the challenge. You know what I mean? I enjoyed the challenge. It's not like I was a really good-looking, fantastic, great-looking guy or anything. I'm not, but and women didn't just throw themselves at me. So you had to go hunting. That's what you called it back in the day. We go hunting. We're going deer hunting, two-legged deer, and I enjoyed the challenge. So even if I was single now, I still wouldn't use a dating app. I would. You sit there and you think, okay, so what did we used to do? Well, obviously there was the bar scene, right? You go to the bar. Um, Grocery stores were good, but 90% of what you could pick off at a grocery store, it was usually a single mom, right? So if you didn't want to deal with, if you didn't, if you didn't want to deal with some other guy's baggage, like another kid, then you stayed out of the grocery store because you usually got single moms out of the grocery store. So yeah, you were limited to the bars or the parks. I did okay. I did okay at the bars and I did okay at the parks. You take your dog, you go for a walk, you got a nice park, nice warm summer day, beautiful weather, sitting by the lake, you pull out your book, even you're sitting there reading your book and your book's upside down. You think she doesn't know what the fuck you're doing? Come on. Come on. Of course she knows what you're doing. Mind you, if she's stopping to talk to you while you're reading an upside down book while feeding your dog a milk bone, um, then she knows what she's doing as well. Single moms need love too. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. You can apply that to anything, anybody, Curtis. Right? There's always the guy that goes, "Oh man, I got stuck at the end of the night with the fat check." Hey, the fat girls need loving too. Big girls need loving too. There's always that. If you get out, if you get out west, there's always that one girl that's skinny as a rake. She's knock-kneed and pigeon-toed and cross-eyed. At the end of the night, she's still gonna get a piece. It's funny how that works, eh? It's funny how that works. How Here, I'll give you a quick story and a quick example. Okay, there's a single guy and a single girl. The single girl is at home. It's Friday night. Now she's not even the best looking girl. Let's just say on a scale of 1 to 10, she's a 6. Okay, she's at home. You know, getting ready to go out. She's doing her hair. She's putting her makeup on. She's looking in the mirror and she's going, hmm. You know, she's getting ready to go. But in the back of her mind, she knows she's going to get laid. It's not if you're going to get laid, she's going to get laid. Now, the guy is at home doing the exact same thing, right? Primp, whatever, fuck his hair is shaved, whatever, like that. He's looking in the mirror and he's looking back at himself and he's hoping he's going to get laid. That's the difference between a man and a woman. A man goes out to a bar hoping he's going to get laid. A woman goes out, it doesn't matter what that woman looks like. She could, whatever. I'm not going to describe it, but whatever. Doesn't matter what the woman looks like. The man goes to the bar hoping to get laid. The woman goes to the bar knowing she's going to get laid. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a fact. Women will be more choosy with a guy. A woman will go home at the end of the night with nobody if she can't pick the one she wants. A guy, if it walks, talks, and has a box, a guy will get into it. Just the way it is, man. Just the way it is. Guys, let's face it. Let's face it. Unless you're a Jesuit priest, and even then, your morals aren't that great there either. You know, guys' morals and standards are set a lot. That bar is a lot lower than a woman's. Getting an STD from a bar is cheaper. Yeah, well, you can go get yourself a screaming case of herpes for what? $10? 2 beer? Actually, no, it's actually you can get 1 beer in and get a case of herpes. You're right, Nick. I agree. That's not funny, Nick. I can read. I'm not illiterate. I can read. Brian, I agree. The Snickers bar is cheap. It's cheaper. Absolutely. Absolutely. Go get the Snickers bar. You'll see drivers around. They've got a whole box of fucking chocolate bars in their truck. What's that for? Well, I'm gonna get laid tonight. What are you doing with the chocolate bars? That's how I pay for it. I don't. Sorry, I'm entertaining myself here. I'm supposed to be entertaining you guys, but I'm actually entertaining myself thinking about this stupid shit. It's actually funny as hell. Ow. No. I don't know about you guys, but or the age of any of you guys. I'm at the age now where I wake up in the morning and of course you hear the typical snap, crackle, and pop, right? Your back, your hips, your fucking spine, your big toe or whatever. But for me, like right now, as I'm driving here, I'm getting like, I've actually got I'm stretching out. I've got a Cascadia, so I've got the upper ledge thing up there above my head. I literally right now I'm sitting here. I got my arm up on the ledge and I'm stretching out my arm because my shoulder. I'm just waiting for it to go, boop, and it's gonna pop. And I'm waiting for that relief right now. It's like Jesus. That's the way she goes. You got it. Anybody got any hot and heavy plans for the weekend? I don't think I can sit there and go, I don't think I have any plans, but fuck, I don't know. I don't plan jack, right? Well, I pull the truck into the driveway. I back her into the driveway. I pull the brakes. I get out and I look at Dar and go, what are we doing? I don't know. Ask Curtis. Ask Curtis. I don't have a damn clue what I'm doing on the weekend. If I wanna do something on the weekend that I'm home, um, I literally have to tell Dar 3 weeks in advance. I think tonight's just going to be an easy. Well, I'll be tired by the time I get home. I'm going to be close to 800 miles. By the time I get home, like I said, I'm going to be close to 800 miles today. So I'm going to be tired as hell. So I'm probably not going to want to do a whole lot. You know, I'm probably not going to want to do a whole lot. I would imagine a shower, a bite to eat. Eh, maybe hang out. I'll probably be sleeping, probably in bed sleeping by 6 o'clock, dead to the world. A brisket weekend, man. I wish I lived closer to you. I wish I lived closer to you. I don't have, you know what? I don't have the Sterling. I don't have the patience and the time. I got the time. That's wrong. That's bullshit. Because I've got the fucking time. I don't have the patience to do that. Yeah, in case you're wondering, this is Kalamazoo. Take a good look around. You just entered and left Kalamazoo. Um, to actually do a brisket, I've tried it. You know, I've tried it. I've tried to do a brisket, and I've tried to do like a nice prime rib and smoke. We went out. I went out and bought a smoker and all that shit, and I did it maybe half a dozen times, and then after that, it was like, nah. Dar got so it sat in my garage. It ended up sitting in my garage for like 2 fucking years, and I think Dar sold it in a garage sale, or Dar sold it online. She put it up on Kijiji. She didn't even ask me. She just sold it. I came home one day and it was gone, and I didn't even know. It was like, all right. Although I do enjoy eating it. I do enjoy eating it. I like if somebody does a really nice brisket, or they do like a prime rib, or they'll do like smoked like ribs. For me, it's ribs. Briskets are nice, but I could live I could go without brisket. I really don't give a rat's ass. If it's there and it's done well, I'll eat it, not a problem. But if it for me, it's ribs. My specialty is ribs. I can do ribs um, better than most guys can do them with their smokers and their $1 million barbecues and all that kind of shit. I do ribs. I've got my own rub recipe that I've invented and created and I use. I've got my own barbecue sauce that I make and I have invented and I use. And I literally could put ribs up on display and probably sell them, and I wouldn't have to drive this truck. Ribs are just so, and they're so much fun to eat. Dude, when you got a beard like mine, ribs are a party. You know, you eat ribs, you're going for a shower with a beard like this. Doing beef ribs. Oh, beef ribs soon. Beef ribs I like. Beef ribs I like. Um, pork ribs are my, you know, you get me a real nice fucking, a nice couple of slabs of pork ribs. Um, we've got an actual butcher. Well, you don't see a lot of these guys around anymore, right? Especially with the grocery store chains these days. But right from I guess about 8 miles from my house is a butcher, and he's an old school butcher where literally the cattle trucks roll up the back, they come off, they get slaughtered, everything, and same with the pig, the chicken, everything that goes into this place, and everything that this guy sells. The trucks are basically offloading the livestock in the back of this place. It's a one-stop. So the stuff you're getting is really fresh. It's really good. Now the only problem is, and it's not really a problem, but it's not cheap, right? He does charge a premium because you are getting such high quality, like your steaks, your ribeyes, your New Yorks, your T-bones. Um, all of that stuff is second to none. Absolutely second to none. You can go in there and tell him what you want, and he'll cut it for you. You know, you can go in and tell him, like, I want a 2-inch thick New York steak, and he will cut it for you right there in front of you. He'll do it. Like, so that's the type of the butcher that we've got there. So when we get our ribs, same thing. We go in there, and you're coming out with, you know, you guys still hear me? I just heard my headset go beep beep. But if somebody give me a thumbs up or a pause or a one in the chat or something like that, if you can still hear me. I'm thinking. Bad audio. Yeah, I think my headset just turned off. Hold on a second here. One moment. Sounds great. Well, which is it? Am I sounding great or bad audio? Yes, shitty? You guys make up your fucking mind. Sounds like shit. Okay, hold on a second here. How's that? Any better? Don't have a clue what the fuck's going on here. Oh, people are getting timed out. Whew. Who's quick on the trigger today? Who's quick on the trigger today? Somebody is quick on the trigger. Is it better? Okay. Oh, Dar's here. Okay, thank God Dar's here. She just called me while I was live. That might have screwed up my headset. I don't know. I had to dismiss the call while she was while the call was coming in. I was in the middle of talking to you. All right, sounds much better. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the headset's working again. Otherwise, because the phone's sitting way up on the front of the dash. Anyway, so Dar's here. Well, good morning, baby. Sorry I didn't answer your phone call. Hope you had a good sleep. Love you much. Hope your coffee this morning is better than mine. I'm just taking the last mouthful of my coffee. I think the last mouthful I got, I got the hint of some coffee grounds in there. Yep, I don't. Oh, that's gross. That is gross. That's fucking horrible. Yep, I found the sugar and the coffee grounds. Here, let me go back and just finish this off. As long as we're in the town of Climax. Anybody climaxing right now? We're going through the town of Climax. As long as we're here, we might as well, you know, if that's the name of the town, you know, you do what you got to do. Sterling's all climaxed out right now. He's probably done for the day. $6.90. Good to see you, man. $6.90. Well, if you got a coffee and you're enjoying it, good for you. I was gonna say, well, fuck you, but yeah, like I said, at least I got one, right? At least getting a coffee is better than getting no coffee. Ugh. Now I gotta grab a Dr. Pepper, right, to wash down the goddamn coffee grounds. Those are the worst. And the funny thing, I was about to say, the worst thing is when they get stuck between your teeth, right? The coffee grounds. Yeah, I'm gonna have a whole lot of problem with coffee grounds getting stuck between my teeth, right? They get stuck underneath your tongue, though. Yeah, it's 5:45. We can drink Dr. Pepper at 5:45 in the morning. We got to get rid of the fucking taste of that coffee. Welcome back. Wait. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Like you've never heard that before. You've probably heard that a million times. Who's famous for that is Tolga. Hey, there's somebody we haven't seen. I finally got him. I finally got him. What time is it? What time is it in Turkey? Sterling, what time is it in Turkey? Curtis, he's 8 hours ahead of us. So what are we? 5:45 in the morning here. So it's noon. Or no, it's what, 1 o'clock? 1:45 or something in the morning? Or in the afternoon in Turkey? I think we finally got Tolga. We finally did a live and Tolga didn't show up. Somebody remind me the next time we see Tolga. You'll know he's here. You'll get the oi oi. He's finally sleeping. Yeah, I was joking the other day that it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter who's live. Like Sterling will go live and there's Tolga. James will go live and there's Tolga. I go live, Shannon goes live. It doesn't matter. 2 in the morning, 5 in the afternoon, fucking lunchtime. It makes no difference. Tolga's there. I think we finally got him, boys. I think we finally got him. Chris, no, it's not mods only. It's not mods only. If you are here in our channel and you're somebody that I see regularly, and you know, like Chris P. Bacon, like I've never seen you before. But if you're somebody that comes in on a regular basis and we see you and you chat and you start intermingling with everybody else, then Dar will throw a wrench at you, and you'll get a mod status. But until I see that, well, we don't just hand out moderator status to just anybody. Like I said, if I see you around and you're here and you participate and everything like that, yeah, we'll throw a mod at you. But in the meantime, feel free to you can chat away and have fun and say what you want. Just be respectful. That's all I ask. Just be respectful. If you got issues, take them somewhere else. We're not doing free therapy tonight or this morning. Not this morning. Here, why don't we do this? How many people are in here? I don't know. The phone's bouncing. I can't see. Why don't we do this? Everybody right now, type in the chat where you are. Excuse me. Type in the chat where you are. And type in the chat where you're from. So let's just say you're in Little Rock, Arkansas, but you're from Dallas, Texas. Put it in there. Let's just figure out. Let's see if we can see, like, when you do a live like this, who is what and where, and people across all over the place. Or we got two countries. Well, actually, Tolga's in Turkey. I haven't seen Robert yet. He's over in England. We got a couple from overseas. Pat's in Germany. Like I said, Tolga's in Turkey. Robert's in bloody England. Chris, you're in my passenger seat. Well, hope you're enjoying the ride. Don, Kingston, New York. Race. Now, please don't. I'm just trying to mix. You know, your anonymity is yours. Hmm. I just cracked the window down a bit here. If that sound, if that noise, if the wind, if you guys are picking up the wind, somebody let me know. Today I can open the other window, so. Curtis, 1 month with the premium membership. Man, dude, you know what? You're doing way too well in life. You're doing way too well in life if you can afford to spend that much money, buddy. Big time, son. Big time. Dude, I can't even afford my own memberships. Curtis, I gotta ask you, man, what did you pay for that? What did you pay for that for that membership, dude? I don't even know what they are. We set them so long ago, and I don't think anybody, I think you've got one and somebody else has one. I think there's only 2 people with a premium membership, and we set them up so long ago. I don't have a goddamn clue. I don't have a goddamn clue who has them and who doesn't. Weather Girls. There you go. There's a good handle. Weather Girls. Hi. Oh, hi, Weather Girls. Can't really read comments, guys. Not supposed to anyway, but can't really read them. But if your names are coming up, I can pick off the names as they're coming up. Just think of all the cool shit you get when you become a member, right? Get ready, folks. You're not going to believe this, right? But as a member, let's see, what do you get? Well, if you got a premium, you get what? T-shirt. I think a T-shirt, a hat, a pen, a decal. I don't know, a keychain. If you throw an extra $10 in, I'll throw in one of the kids. But I'm not sure what the hell you get. What do you mean I say decal right? Some people say decal. right? Now it depends. Nick, if I'm talking about like on the side of your truck, I call them decals. Okay, I'm going to get my truck deckled and blah 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 blah. They got to take the decals on and off. But if I'm talking about a little thing like a wheel burner like decal, then it's a decal. I don't know why I do that. I really don't, but I just do, and I don't do it on purpose. It just has the way I talk. Uh-oh, Sterling's trying to get Dar's phone number. I think Sterling saw the part where Dar said I'm laying in bed. I think Sterling's looking for some Canadian bed company. Some Canadian bed entertainment. Ask anything you want. Ask anything you want. Just don't ask me for my bank account number, my social insurance number, or my phone number, and I can I'll probably be happy to tell you anything else you want to know. Autobahn. That guy there beside me, he's Auto Parts. That company has been opened and shut, and it's been shut down and reopened under more numbers than you can count a stick at. They've taken more violations, and they've had the government and the ministry shut them down more times than you can count, and they just pop back open, pop back open. Patrick Bergman, thanks, man. New member, absolutely. Okay, Pat. Now what you got to do is you go to send me an email at wheelburnerexpress@gmail.com, and just all I need is your address, and Dar puts your package together and she mails it out to you. So throw that in there. I don't know where you live, but depending on where you live, it could take anywhere from a week to 2 weeks to get your shit. So appreciate that though, Pat. That's very gracious of you. Hey, Pat, did you just do that on your phone? Because if you did, then I can call bullshit on Nick and make Nick get one as well. Look at me, eh? I'm, I'm pimping here. I'm pimping. I'm working it, man. I'm working it. Nobody could ever say that I don't work it. I don't pimp my wife out. I don't pimp her. I pimp myself. I'm a good hoe. I'm a true hoe. I will pimp myself out for your viewing and entertainment pleasure. Easy, easy, Nick. I'm just fucking with you, boy. Yeah. mm, MFC, where is this? Well, where that's a good question. Hold on, where the hell am I? I'm still on 94. I-94 eastbound in Michigan, at the 105 yard line. I am making a run for. I'm making a run. I'm a Canadian, so I'm trying to get back into Canada and get back to my terminal for tonight, being Friday night. It's. I started this morning. When I started this morning, I left. I was in Porter, Indiana, and I had 681 miles back to the terminal to get to the terminal tonight. So I am literally hauling ass here. And in 2 miles here, we're gonna jump off of this. We're gonna get onto I-69. Um, I'm going to be crossing at the Port Huron Sarnia border to cross into Canada. Tell you what, Nick. Tell you what. I feel bad. I tell you what. I'll send you the $5 for the membership. I've got your address. I'll mail you a $5 bill, Canadian, which I think comes out to about $3 American, which I think is the starter package. I think. So I'll send you the money for the thing. So you don't have to be embarrassed, right? That you don't have the money to join my membership, to get a membership. Godzilla, can I subscribe? Yeah, man, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I'd be happy to entertain you anytime you want, man. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. 22 people, 12 likes. Come on, top that up. If there's at least 22 people in here, there should be at least 20 likes. So hit the goddamn like button for me at least. I don't beg and cry for subscribers. You guys can make that choice on your own. But I do at least want you to at least, you know, like SoCal says, take attendance. If you're here, take attendance and subscribe, or not subscribe. Hit the like button for me, please. Easy, Johnny. Be nice this morning. You just got your ass out of fucking bed and you know it. So if you're grumpy and irritable and you haven't stretched and done your DDP and worked all the bugs out of your ass yet, take it easy. Be nice. No good morning, Bry. Not hey, how's it going, Dar? Nothing, eh? Nothing. Oh my God, he can drive and read at the same time. Fuck, Johnny. Good thing I love you. Dar gave you that, Pat. Kitty car. Kitty Craze with Dar is my wife. She's also the main moderator on the channel, so she determines who gets wrenched and who gets it. I wake up Canadian. That's okay, buddy. I wake up Mexican. Every morning I wake up Mexican, running for the toilet. So Pat, that's how you got your moderator. Dar gave it to you. If you're gonna be a subscriber and you're gonna be a member, well, that automatically entitles you to, obviously, make you a moderator. So, and we trust our moderators. Anybody that's got, they're just a moderator, they're the standard moderator abilities. There's been a couple times, I think once or twice in here already, somebody gets out of line. We trust our moderators to step up and take, because I can't do it. And sometimes Dar's not here. So I know that like Sterling will have my back. Guard Dog will have my back. There's a bunch of yous in here that'll have my back and take care of my channel for me and keep the chat in fairly good standing. And I appreciate that. So. All right, now this unfortunately, anybody that knows, Nick, I was just on the 94, and that wasn't too bad. But this is now the 69, and this is like running the fucking Baja. Like the road is so bad. It really is so bad. Actually, hold on. We're coming onto pavement here or asphalt here. But when we get back onto the concrete, I think I'll be able to. You can't see it in the daylight, but when it's nighttime like this, if I put my fog lights on, you can actually see the road as it's going bump 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 when the camera is banging and bumping like that. Yeah, exactly, Johnny. Washboard City. Exactly. There you go, Pat. You got the hang of it already, eh? Atta boy. Pat's a subscriber. He gets a wrench and he starts fucking throwing down. He's laying down the law. I'm the, I'm the new I'm the newest member. There's a new sheriff in town. Pat. The the power. Okay, Pat. Now reach down and grab your dick. You've got the power, boy. Give it to yourself. Oh God, I'm killing me here. I'm killing me. There you go. There you go. Oh, fuck me. This is why I do this. This is why I do this. Need a good laugh? There we go. Need a good laugh? There we go. You guys are the shit. You really are. You guys really are the shit. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate it. I kind of really I enjoy these. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of enjoy these driving lives that I've been doing. I think this is my third or my fourth one. I'm not 100% sure, but this is just kind of fun. Just to, you know, I can knock off probably a couple 100 miles and just talk about random shit to you guys, and no, you guys can talk amongst yourselves and time time people out and hang out and have fun and do whatever you're doing. But uh, thanks for hanging in here and just for hanging out. I appreciate it. 6 o'clock. I've been going since whatever 4 o'clock or whatever we've been doing this, and we're I think 2 hours into this, and there's 20 of you fucking here or whatever there is of you here. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you very much. Mind you, at this hour, it's not like any of you has got anything better to do. Really, it's like, what else are you going to be doing at 6 o'clock in the morning? For Sterling, it's only what 3 o'clock in the morning. Plays on the freeway. He's out in Cali, so he's 3 hours behind. So yeah, it's 3 in the morning there. Johnny, if it wasn't for the nature of the business that you're in and the freight that you haul, you'd do something. You'd do well with something like this. You could probably do something like this really well because you've been doing this as long as I have, and you've got a head full of just like me. You've got a head full of absolutely useless knowledge that you could literally, for 2 or 3 hours, just babble on about shit that's rattling around inside your head. I bet you'd probably do really well with it if you ever wanted to give it a swing. Although it's a lot harder than doing a regular live when you're sitting there and you're bouncing off the comments, right? When you're doing a regular live, you open your live, you start talking, and you start this and that and everything like that, and then you get it. People start commenting, and then you start conversing with the people in the live based on the comments that they're doing, and that's what keeps your live going, right? When the people stop talking, you run out of shit to say, and you shut your live down. But this is a little more difficult because realistically, you can't really read the chat. You guys are in there chatting away at 200 miles an hour, and realistically, I don't have a clue what the hell you're saying, right? You know, I just babble, and it's a little it's a little harder at night because there's nothing really to look at. It's not like I can go, oh, look over there and look at that. Oh, look over there. Besides, I don't think the camera would pick it up anyway. Like, dude, I'm just using an iPhone. I don't know, whatever this is, 13, 14, whatever this is. So, the camera quality is not bad, but it's certainly not like, high def, super high def or anything like that. When you guys, if I'm talking and all of a sudden I go silent, all I'm doing is just lighting my cigar. That's all I'm doing. So don't panic. I didn't fall asleep. That's what I'm telling you. Actually, I did fall asleep and just woke myself up before we crashed. So I was uh I was getting loaded and I was in Jeff's live yesterday, just chatting and everything. And Snorlord, anybody that doesn't know Snorlord, this guy's the shit too. He's got two channels: Snorlord, the Metalhead Caveman, Viking Caveman, and he's got the Snorlord OG channel. The Caveman, the Metalhead Caveman Viking. Oh fuck, that's a mouthful. But anyway, that channel there is dedicated to trucking, right? He pretty much dedicates that just to trucking, load board information, um, industry standards of what's going on in the business and industry. Very, 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 very informative. You will learn a lot. I'll be honest with you. But he's also got the OG channel. And that is where he just sits there. Sometimes he'll jam on his guitar. Sometimes he's just sitting in a parking lot in his car. Sometimes he's, you know what, Sterling, do me a favor. Throw his if you somebody can throw his channel up, throw his link up, and you guys feel free. If you've got a channel, feel free to throw your link up here, man. I got no issue with that whatsoever, man. Um, Feel free to do that. But anyway, um, Steve was in the chat, and I guess Steve was bored, or Snorlord was bored, and somebody made a comment about good old boys, right? So then Steve starts. I don't know if any of you guys, well, most of you guys probably you remember Dukes of Hazzard, right? And the theme song was by Waylon Jennings, and it was just a good old boy. So good old boys. And then somebody else wrote "Never Mean No Harm," and we all went through the song, each writing a line on the song. And then at the end of the song, or when we were done farting around with it, I just typed into the chat. I said, for some reason, I've got an incredible urge to jump my truck over a ravine, right? And Snorlord's going, do it, like absolutely do it. He says, but whatever you do, make sure you live stream it. Make make sure you live stream it. He says it'll go viral. I'm like, damn, am I willing to? How desperate am I to blow my channel up and have a viral video? Am I willing to jump a truck and trailer across a ravine and play the Dukes of Hazzard horn thing? I'd have to stick my head out the window and make that noise. But yep. So we're live right now. So if I see a ravine and it happens to have a ramp already built and it's ready to go, and it has a sign in front of it saying, Brian, enter here, we're going to go for it. Okay. We're going to go for it because we're live and I'm going to jump that ravine. That's a retirement move. Yeah. Yeah. Early retirement. No kidding, eh? Wanda New, how are you? Wanda, we are doing just peachy on this fine Friday morning, 6:15 Friday morning in Michigan. Um, you know what? We're just hanging out. The chat is in good form today. I can't really see what's going on in the chat, but you guys seem to be. I know that it's moving pretty quick, so you guys seem to be chatting away at a pretty good clip here, which is good. And so Wanda, that is what we are doing, and we're feeling good. Just finished my coffee. I'm having a cigar, doing a little driving. Gonna keep her between the white lines. I'm loaded heavy. I've got 45,500 pounds of building material on my flatbed, on my trailer. It is not so beautifully tarped. I might tell you this. I actually made a video of it. So there will be a video coming out, but the video is too long. I couldn't send it to DAR, download it and send it to DAR. So what I have to do is I got to wait till I get home and shoot. We're going to make a video. There's another YouTuber. His name is Chris. His channel name is My Adventures. And Chris comes in once in a while And Chris is a great guy. He's a flatbedder, drives for Melton. Um, and he did a video last week, right, of him untarping a load. And he did it really well. I didn't do it. So I basically set up the camera on the back of the truck and just recorded, hit the record, and I tarped the load and blah, 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 blah. So we're going to put the video out of that. But I was just doing that just for, but the thing is, I'm going to say this. Sterling, I mention you in this video, and you'll see why. I talk about Sterling in the video. And I'm not saying nothing else. All I'm going to say is, and I'm only throwing that out there to peak Sterling. He's going to have to wait until I put that video out because I'm not going to tell him what I was saying about him in the video. Anybody else wants to phone me and ask me what I said about Sterling, I'll be happy to tell you. I'll tell everybody else except Sterling. Sterling ain't finding out jack shit. Sterling was mean to me yesterday, guys. Everybody jump on Sterling for me, would you? Sterling was mean. He was riding me. He was driving my dick right into the dirt yesterday. I got to tell you, Sterling was in prime form yesterday with the insults. He really was. I was ready to take it to the next level and step it up. But then the forklift operator showed up and I had to go into the building and get loaded. So I had to drop it. But I'm telling you, Sterling was not a good boy yesterday. Not very nice. He hurt my feelings. Oh, who am I kidding? I don't have any fucking feelings. You guys know that. Hurt my feelings. There's one thing I am not, and that's an emotional person. Unless I'm dealing with my wife or my children. Then I'm emotional. But when it comes to YouTube or my business or trucking or anything like that, no. Emotions destroy intellect. Remember that, people. You don't take emotions into a business. Emotions destroy intellect. You will make bad business decisions if you're an emotional person. Look at that. Look at the son of a bitch. Look what that son of a bitch just did, eh? I just finished telling you that he ran my dick into the dirt and he was mean to me and he has the balls to put his own channel name in there. His own channel name. My God. Oh, well, actually, any of you that are subscribed to him, I want you to go over and unsubscribe, please. Unsubscribe. And I want you to go through every one of his goddamn videos and hit the thumbs down button. Unsubscribe. I want you to crash his channel. He's got two, actually. He's got two. He's got Sterling, not Sterling. He's got, yeah, Sterling Wheel, and he's got Snore Rider. I want you to go over to both of those channels and crash them. The audacity of some people. Unsubscribe and disavow. You know what? Dar, take his wrench away. He's not a fucking member, so take his fucking wrench away. And then Pat, you can time him out for 300 seconds. I'm such an asshole, eh? Sterling knows I love him. Sterling knows I love him. Dar's putting up some more channel names. Who's that one, Dar? DIY? That's another hell of a good channel to watch. If you want to learn how to do shit and you want to know not only the trucking business, but the business of trucking, watch DIY Semi. Adam is is very, very good for that. He's 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 one of those guys out there that truly does have the truck driver at heart. He fights for us. He does all the things that he does on his channel. He does for us, right? Um, I can honestly say that at least for me, I've never met him personally, but I watch him and I follow him, and I don't think I've ever seen him do anything that he was doing for his own financial gain or trying to make a dollar off anything. Everything that he does, he basically does for us, for the trucking industry. So that's another good channel, DIY Semi. DIY. I'll just babble off a couple of quick ones right now. DIY is excellent for that. Um, the Truckers Education Network, that's Jeff Like. Okay. Jeff Like. Wow. You guys see that? Did you see that? You just went for a ride. No shit. Holy crap. DIY and Jeff Like, and who else? Snorlord, obviously. Cash is king. Every once in a while, Cash will drop a really good nugget of info. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else do I watch that I get really good information from? There's so many. There really is. There's so many. There's a lot of good guys out there that are actually, just out here trying to. They're not necessarily trying to, make a big name for themselves. They're just out here trying to, just trying to be helpful, just trying to help out, just trying to hang out. I don't know what is going on. See, this is a new camera mount that I just bought yesterday. Did Cordova actually show up here? Holy shit balls. Well, yeah, actually Juan gets up early. He's an early morning driver too. I know that he's usually up 1, 2 in the morning like me. He's usually where do you start out at, Juan? You're up what, Minnesota or Wisconsin somewhere, and you're usually down to Chicago and back up. So you're starting early in the morning, and you're running your ass off to get down to Chicago, get your drops, your picks, and all your shit done, and get back up. Love me some Cordova. I can't say his name properly. It's Cordova, but I always go Cordova. I don't know why. Finally, your first coffee. Jesus, lady. If I was you, I'd have been 3 coffees into that already. Uh-oh. You hear that? Shit's falling off my dash. That's how bumpy this is. I literally have shit falling off the dashboard. Come on, son. Hit that accelerator. Let's go. That's what it's there for. The little pedal on the right. Add up. See, that's how you merge. That's how you merge. Everybody pay attention to that fucker right in front of us. We'll give that guy a 10 out of 10. That's how you merge. 22 bucks from Sterling. 22 bucks American. Holy crap, man. I can go on vacation with that. If there was a comment to go with it, Sterling, sorry, man, I can't see it. So if you were making fun of me or taking a shot at me, sorry, can't read it, can't see it. Oh. There's got to be a better way to drive through Michigan. You can stay on 94, actually, because you don't have to go this way. You can stay on 94 all the way into Detroit and then catch 75 out of Detroit up to Sarnia. But yeah, I don't want to go into Detroit because by the time I would have got into Detroit, it would have been like 8:30, and then you'd been sitting in rush hour trying to get around the goddamn city to get up north, to get up to Sarnia, and I don't want to cross at Detroit either. I only want to cross at Port Huron, so we can say pain in the ass. Look at this, eh? Holy shitballs. You guys just enjoy the scenery for a minute here. I'm just traffic all over the goddamn place. It's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna take it easy here. I don't need to be going as fast anymore. I've made the time that I need to make, so I can back off the time here. I'll be honest with you, I don't want to be running 70 miles an hour across this road. You know, like I just dodged. I moved over to the right there to miss that pothole. Not out here, Johnny. Not out here. You would think, and in most cases you'd be right, but there's no consistency. You know when you like you were talking earlier, whereas kaboom 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 kaboom, and then the faster you go, the smoother it gets. You're correct, but there's no consistency, right? You'll get that for like a minute, and then you're gonna get like potholes. Then you're gonna get divots. Then you're gonna get like look at the road. Like the patchwork on this road is immaculate. It's fantastic because it's there's more patch than there is road. They may as well have just tore the whole fucking road up and started from scratch because they've got so much patchwork done. Meyer, I'm a Canadian driver. I'm from Ontario, Canada. Just out here minding my own business while tootling through Michigan. You know what? Here, we're gonna do something here. There's a rest area right here. We are going to hit this rest area, and we are gonna fix this fucking phone mount because I am not gonna fuck around with it because it's gonna fall again. So think we'll get a place to park at this hour. I would think so. Oh, me and my big fat fucking mouth, eh? Look at this. Oh no, there's a couple of spots here. There's a couple. No, they're handicap spots. Well, I guess technically I could park in them. Do I look normal to you? I just don't have the little blue. I just don't have the little blue sign. Well, this is not a spot, but we're gonna make it a spot because I'm only gonna be a couple of minutes here. So. Off duty. Off duty. Canadians are the natural enemy of the Australians. I don't know why, dude. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many Canadians live in Australia? Fucking thousands, man. Yes, that's me walking across the front of my truck. I have to go grab something here. I gotta grab it. It's actually on my passenger side boot box. Do you know how many Canadians there are in Australia? Hell, man. I think both my oldest daughters. I know one of them for sure lives there, or she's settled down there, and I think the second one is soon to be settling down there. Relax, Dar. You'll get your sunrise. Relax. Sun's not coming up for at least looking at the sky there. Sun's not coming up for at least another I'd say probably about half hour you got. So you guys got at least another half hour before the sunrise comes up. Hold on a second here. We're going to do this for a minute here. Nope, we're not doing that. Hold on. These are the problems you have when you're a big time YouTuber, right? Sterling, you know about this. You know all these technical difficulties and problems and bullshit you got to go through, and all the crap, and you know the people that pine for your time, and they're always trying to. Oh, I'm telling you, some people. All right, let's see how that works. Let's see how that works. There we go. So we'll do that. Then we're going to do this. Yeah, actually, that's true. We were looking at something the other day. Dara and I were looking at something the other day, and it was they were talking about all the Canadians that are actually moving to Spain. Like Spain seems to be the new hotspot for Canadians, and I'm like, Spain, like fuck. But then she actually looked at it, right? She was looking at their economy and their hospital medical system, way they're set up, and all that kind of shit. And it's like, sure as shit, she's right. And I despise it too, Sterling. I struggle with it a lot. You know, being filthy rich and famous, I do. It is something that I'm not crazy about. I'm not comfortable with. But you know what? I live with it, man. Just like you do. Here we go. Patrick, if I had to move, I'd go to the US. Well, you know what, man? If I had to move, I would have no objection moving to the US. Let me put it that way. There's as long as I got to choose, right? As long as I got to choose where I wanted to live. Um, if I have to, somebody else has to tell me where I'm going to live, then no. But if I can pick where I want to live, I'd have no problem moving to the U.S. Damn it, I'm in the U.S. more than I'm in Canada, right? If you think about it, I'm only in Canada on the weekends, really, and maybe 1 day or 2 days, depending on what my runs are during the week. So I'm damn near more American than most of you are. Oh, I wouldn't go near California, Pat. Are you kidding me? If I could just pick up right now and say, okay, f this, I've had enough Trudeau, I'm out, I'm moving, and I'm going to the U.S. I'm doing like South Carolina, maybe Northern Florida, uh, North Carolina, South Carolina, maybe Virginia, um, and then maybe a little farther out west. Um, See, I don't mind the snow, so I could do Montana. I'd love to be in Montana or Wyoming. I got no problem with either of those. They're cold in the winter, and there's jack shit you can do about it. But we're Canadians, so it's not like I've never seen snow or I've never seen a blizzard or I've never been cold, right? If I grew up my entire life in southern Florida and never left the damn state, and then the first time I saw snow, I'd lose my mind, that'd be one thing, but that not be the case here. So here you go. We are definitely about to see some sun. Have you ever noticed? I do it too, and I'm guilty of it too. But when you're really heavy and you're pulling out onto the highway, right? You ever notice all the other truck drivers that they move over and they let you go, but as they pass you, they all give you that crane. They crane their neck and they look and they, they look right at you like, "Hey, what are you doing?" You know? You ever notice that? Like they do that. I know I'm not the only one, but I do it as well. When I move over and I'll pass somebody, I might give them a wave or whatever, but I always look. It's like, hey, what are you doing in there? It's like I don't know why. God damn it! This is literally just unbelievable. And it doesn't get any better. That's the problem. From here all the way to Flint. So we're gonna when we get up here, we're gonna be making the turn. I call it a turn, right? But we're gonna be still on 69. But Lansing, then you right now we're going north on 69, and then it'll veer off as you get to Lansing, and it'll be going eastbound again. And from here all the way to Flint is gonna the road is gonna be like this. So like I said early in the live, I apologize if it rattles your eyeballs out of your head, and it gives you a headache. Um, but really, there's not a whole lot I can do about not a whole lot I can do about the road. I should have actually done one yesterday when I was spent most of my time in Iowa. Roads out there are, believe it or not, are really good. They're really good. And all right, yeah, look at the difference. Look at the difference between the left lane and the right lane. Isn't that crazy? That's insane. But I think somebody in the live the other day, somebody said it, and I agreed. It was the reason Michigan's roads are in such poor condition is is because of the weight limits on the trucks. They don't really have weight limits. If you As long as you've got the axles available to cover the weight, um, they let you run it, right? They let you run it. So if you've got 10 axles and you want to put 200,000 pounds on the road, they're good with it. You know, Michigan's just absolutely brutal for that, and that's why their roads are in such bad shape. When I say bad shape, I mean like there's a few other states, parts of New York, brutal, right? Absolutely fucking brutal. Um, there's parts of Pennsylvania. You can get out, yeah, certain other states. You can get down where the road conditions are absolutely fucking astronomically ridiculous. But I think pound for pound, dollar for dollar, it's just my opinion. I think Michigan is the worst. And it's this one particular stretch. 69 is one of the worst highways in the world that I've driven on. And believe me, I've driven through some dirt goat. I've been ice road trucking. Okay, I've been on a goddamn ice road that was smoother than this. What does that say? I got to step it up here a bit, or Dar's gonna miss her sunrise. If she misses that sunrise, it'll be my ass, guys. Right now, I'm still going north. We got 5 miles, and we'll be turning due east. So I think 5 miles. It's about 4 minutes. I think we might make it. I'm looking out the passenger window here at the sky. The sun hasn't crested yet, but it's getting bright. So looks like the good people of Michigan have woke up. There's more traffic. Here's Wal. If a Walmart truck crashed and spilled its guts off the fucking highway, how many people would actually stop and loot it? I'd be tempted. Walmart, I'd be tempted. I'd be tempted to. If I was in a car, yeah, what the hell? Walmart hasn't taken money out of my pocket. For real. For real. There's a good name. How much do I make? Really? Really? How much do I make? Wow, dude, I mean, like, that's kind of personal. I don't know about you. I'm not about to openly fucking talk about my, how much money we make as an owner operator. You can probably go online and see what the industry standard or the industry average is, but I'm if it's all good with you, man, I'd rather keep that to myself. Um, I'm not starving. Let me put it that way. I don't look like an Ethiopian. Um, we don't miss many meals. You know, we live in a fairly nice house. In a nice area, and we do okay. That's all. That's all we'll say. We do okay. Oh no, Johnny, lot lizards make more than I do. you you put a lot lizard in a good location, dude. You know, a good lot lizard. If I make 2 grand a day, she does better than that. Depending on where she is, John. There you go. Thank you, Sterling. That is the typical answer. I'll start giving that. Okay. In my 54 years that I've been alive, I've made millions. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. And if I convert it to pesos, I'm a billionaire. I'm a tycoon if I'm in pesos. Pat, a lot lizard is it's a girl of the evening that walks around the parking lot banging on doors, asking you if you would like a date or asking you if you'd like some company. In which time you will then turn around and you will give her money, and she will entertain you for a short period of time. Hang out here, man. You'll learn some lingo. You'll learn the way we talk and all the trucking lingo. This is a good place to learn it. Really is. Dar is absolutely right. Um, if you are somebody that partakes with the, lot lizards or escorts or blah 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 blah, it has now been shown and proven that a very good portion of these women um, are involved with child trafficking. Like if you get some girl banging on the side of your truck and you look down and you go, oh yeah, she's like 22 or 23, chances are she's 15 or 16 or fucking 14. Um, so if you do partake in that, um, first of all, you want to see a driver. tell, tell your hooker you want to see your driver's license. Show me some ID, honey. Show me some ID. you know, this conversation ain't going no farther till I see a driver's license or passport. You better be over 21. But it is in Canada and the U.S. It is a serious problem now with they got around prostitutes all got around all the laws and everything um, with escorts by calling themselves escorts, right? And now it's all done online. So most of these women don't even need to walk the lot no more, right? They don't even need to walk the lot no more. You make a phone call, you call an escort service, and your package gets delivered right to your truck. It's it's pretty sad the way the economy or the way our industry is when it comes to that kind of thing. It really is. And I joke about lot lizards and I say funny things about this and that about hookers and shit. Like, we joke about it and we just kind of blow it off. But realistically, I'm a father and I've got 6 daughters, you know, and my kids, all of my kids are now in their 20s. So when you see like well, I don't see it very often where I am, but every once in a while you'll see a girl working the lot. That could be one of my daughters. That could easily be one of my daughters. And it's like, you think about that. That girl's going truck to truck trying to fucking make a dollar or make a couple of bucks. And that could easily be, one of my kids, one of your kids. That's somebody's little girl. That's the way you got to look at it, right? That there is somebody's little girl. Yeah, Johnny, it is. It is messed up. It really, truly is. It's a shame. The joke is pretty much over about that kind of shit. Like a lot of people now, they don't joke about, lot lizards and shit like that anymore. It's just because, it's just too fucking personal, man. Too many people have daughters and kids, and too many stories and too many horror stories about, kid gets picked up off the street in Atlanta, and she's found 5 years later, turning tricks in New York City or down in Florida and Miami, and nobody knows who she is or where she came from, but there she is. You know, she gets reunited with her family. Meanwhile, she's a traumatic mess when the family gets her back after 5 years, right? She When they took her, she was 16. When they get her back, she's 21. She's still at the beginning of her life, but she's aged 50 years and lived a horrible life for 5 years. That shit bothers me when I sit and think about it. So we're not gonna think about it no more. We're gonna watch the damn sunrise. God damn it. Who the hell brought up the lot lizard topic? I think that was Pat. That was Pat. Pat brought up the lot lizard topic. Thanks, Pat. Threw a monkey wrench right into the whole program there, son. I don't know what I like better. I don't know what I like better. I enjoy the sunrise. I really do. Um, I think I'd rather sit on the dock of a lake or sit out somewhere and watch a nice lazy sunset. Sunrise is nice. It's the beginning of your day, and it's like, look at that sky. Like, I got a beautiful sky. That's you couldn't ask for a better driving day. Godzilla says I'm new. You're new what? You're new to trucking. You're new to YouTube. You're new to. I don't think you're new to YouTube with a name like that. But I think personally, I'd rather watch a sunset. You know, it it's the relaxing, right? When you're watching a sunrise, you're anticipating, right? So you're, come on, oh, there it is, yes, and it brings happiness and joy or whatever the hell it brings to you, right? To me, it just burns the retinas out of my eyes. Um, but a sunset is a nice way to end a good day. You've had a good day. You're sitting there with a cup of coffee. You're sitting in a chair on the dock. Dar and I, you know, we'll rent a cottage once in a while, or we'll do something. I like to sit on the dock of a lake and watch the sun set, because then you've got the reflection in the lake, right, in the water, and I think that's just beautiful. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. So um, that's just my personal feeling on it. I'd rather a sunset than a sunrise, but you fuckers asked for a sunrise, so here you're gonna get one. And if you stick around for fucking 10 more hours, you'll probably get a sunset too, but we're not going 10 more hours. I've got 89, so I've got, what is it goes to 196. So we've got just over 100 miles of Michigan. So we've got out just over 100 miles, and then I got to shut this down because I'm going to cross the border. I can keep it going to cross the border, but then I'll lose the signal because it'll jump from right now we're on AT&T in the US, but then when we get into Canada, it jumps onto Rogers Telecommunications. Whoa, see, look at this goddamn road. It's killing us. It jumps on Rogers Telecommunications, and with Rogers, you'll actually lose your signal for a couple of minutes. So it does suck. Trust me, it does suck. Hopefully we can keep this Mickey Mouse shit show, dog and pony show together long enough for you guys to at least get your sunrise. Holy crap, eh? Like I wish you could. I wish you could actually see the. You guys can't see the patches in the road. It's so bad. This is such amateur hour. I paid well, what I call a shit ton of money for a new mount, and the mount, even that mount can't take the road conditions. I mean, like, okay, like, what do we do now? What do we do now? Like, look at that. Look at those, Johnny. Look at the patches. Look at this shit, eh? And look at the center line. That's one whole. That's one patch. It's just one continuous patch down the center line of this 2-lane highway. And then my wife wonders why I got like, oh, I got to put my truck into the shop for a fucking alignment. Did you just have an alignment? Yeah, but then I drove to Iowa and back. I need another one. You know, you're doing if you do Iowas, or if you have to run across Michigan steady. Like, I don't know how these guys that live here do it, but I shit you not, I guarantee you, these guys are replacing the pins and bushings in the front of their trucks, on the front steer axle. They're doing it yearly. They're doing it yearly, and they're probably doing 2 alignments a year, minimum 2 to 3 alignments a year. The only other option you've got is to buy a truck with a heavy spec front end, and even then, I've got a 13,000-pound front end in this. I don't have a standard 12, right? I've got a 13 in this, and still, banka banka bank. Thank God for air seats. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guard dog, remember when you didn't have air seats? Remember that? You'd be driving around. It felt like you were sitting on a milk crate, right? Basically, you had a milk crate with a cushion, with a piece of board that somebody stapled a cushion, and that's what it felt like while you were driving. That's why when you think about, or if you look at old movies, or you look at old reruns of old timers at truck stops, but it still ain't nothing, you know. My back and my body's not taking the pounding it used to, but still, there's some bumps here where I'm not a floor rider. Like, I don't put my fucking seat to the floor, and I don't have the arm out the window and the flat billed hat, and I'm going, hey, as I'm going down the highway with you know, my great big ape hanger fucking shifter. I don't do that. So I've got air in my seat, and I drive. That's the way I drive. But even every once in a while, twice since we've been on this, I've bottomed my seat out. Just bam, drove the seat right into the floor. That'll wake you up. That'll wake you up. And there's just too much traffic. Like, if you look over in the other lane, do you see any patches over there? No, there's not. But if in this lane here, we're patched because it's the truck lane. And I've just got way too much traffic over there behind me. Actually, you know what? Let's get around now. Nussbaum. Just so we can enjoy. We can enjoy this lane for a couple of minutes here. There's another truck going out passing somebody else in this lane behind me, so there's no cars between us, so I can just sit out here for a few minutes. But look at the difference. Like, if I had a coffee, I could put it on the dash and it wouldn't spill. If I go over into that left lane or that right lane over there, are you kidding me? I'll be wearing that coffee. Anybody seen Tolga yet? Know who we haven't seen? We haven't seen Tolga. and we haven't seen Karen Manthorn. Anybody seen Karen? Haven't seen Tolga or Karen. We're a little heavy. We're a little light on the Tolga this morning. We need more Tolga. Sterling's a floor rider. Well, I'm not. My days of floor riding are over. I was a floor rider when I had the W9. I was a floor rider when I had the T800. I was a floor rider when I had the Pete. As soon as I got a Volvo, first of all, you don't put an ape hanger, shifter in a Volvo, not unless you want everybody in the fucking truck stop to be laughing at you when you pull in. And you're not a floor rider in a Volvo. And I drive a Cascadia. So no, I'm not a floor rider in my Cascadia either. I value my spine too much, dude. My spine, my kidneys, my my appendix, my guts. So I'm putting Johnny's theory into practice here. How do I like trucking? Well, Anthony, I've been doing this a long time and I'm still doing it. So I do this because I want to do it and because I enjoy doing it and because even after all the years I've been doing this, I'm still relevant. I can still do the job. I'm not as I won't say I'm as I'm as good as I used to be years and years ago. I've lost a few steps, and that comes with age. But I'm still relevant, and I can still do the job. And as long as I wake up in the morning and I enjoy doing what I'm doing, and I can still do it, why not, man? It's a good career. It's a good job. But I'm putting Johnny's theory to the test here. In case you haven't noticed, I'm doing 75 right now, and I'm in this lane to see if it smoothed it out at all, and it has. Guard dog, you are correct. Write this down, time and date. Wheel burner told guard dog he was correct. Now the downfall to this is, do I really want to be doing 75 fucking miles an hour across 69 in a 65 zone? No, I don't. So I do have to back this back down, but I thought I'd just put Johnny's theory into test here. What the hell? I ain't saying it again, John. You have to go back to the replay and get it off of that. I'm not saying it one more time. SST, good to see you, Tyrannus. Thanks for popping in. We're anticipating and we're waiting for a sunrise. This whole live has been set up from 2.5 hours ago. We've been 2.5 hours. We've been going here. It has been all in anticipation of watching the sunrise. Well, you're gonna have to go back and record it. I'm not saying it again. I don't know what you're talking about. No hablo inglés, señor. No. Je ne parle pas en français, en anglais. Hey, no. Tabernacle. Someone get the playback and rewind the. Fucking John's pulling out his other phone right now. He's still watching this, but he's got his other phone. He's dialing it back just to record that. Look at that. Okay, I'm doing 68 for Christ's sake. He's got to be doing fucking close to 80. Wang. Oh, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Wait till you see what's passing me now. This is humiliating. I almost want to just say fuck it, push the pedal down and go. I don't know if I can handle this kind of humiliation. This is. I don't think my ego can take this, guys. I just got passed by a fucking box truck. If you think I'm flashing my lights so you can come over, you're nuts. You're not even a truck. You're not even a truck. This, like I said, the speed limit here is 65, right? Speed limit is 65. Now, if I was to do 72, 73, the cops would pick me off. But the cars here can do 75, almost 80, and the cops, the U.S. state, the Michigan state troopers will leave them alone. That thing, that thing's not even a truck, John. I've seen walk-in fridges that were bigger than that. Hey again. Dude, if you think I'm going to try to say that name, you're out of your mind. That's like yesterday. I was fucking around with. I finally got Sterling. Well, actually, by the way, when he was running my dick into the dirt, I finally got him. I finally shut him up. But that name there with how you doing there, who just said how you doing, I can't even say that. But with Sterling, I sent him a voice clip, and I said to Sterling, I go, "Hey man, I'll give you $100 if you can tell me what this word is." Abdadabda Chuckamanopta Stewitzes. And all I got back was, "What the F?" Couldn't even figure it. He couldn't figure it out. Abdadabda Chuckamanopta Stewitzes. Sterling the Great drew a blank. He didn't have a clue. So I finally shut him up. And by the way, if you don't know what that is, that means you never ever watched Sesame Street as a kid. You never watched Sesame Street as a kid if you don't know what that is. Because anybody that was my age, that's my age, because Sesame Street was on when I was a kid. When we were a kid, they used to put out albums, right? Like vinyl albums. So the Sesame Street, but they put out the Sesame Street album every year and this and that, and we'd watch Sesame Street. But the Sesame Street album, there was an actual song, and the name of the song was Abdadabda Chuckamanopta Stewitzes. And what it is if you take the alphabet and you cram it all together and say it as a word, that's what you get. And they made a song out of it. Now, for some bloody reason, it stuck with me all my life. I even know all the words to the song. I can't tell you what I ate for breakfast yesterday, but I can tell you all the words to this song from the Sesame Street album, and I can tell you how to say the alphabet as a word because of the Sesame Street. And no, I'm not singing the song. Not a chance in hell. But when I see names like that coming up, like, dude, that is like I'm driving, so I can't even attempt to fucking look at that. Not a chance in hell. I ain't singing it. Not a chance in hell. I'm a professional here, man. I'm a professional. That means as a professional, I only sing for money. Only get paid. There's two things I don't do for free. I don't drive. My wheels don't turn for free, and I don't sing for free. I'm just kidding. I'll donate $5. Bullshit. Bullshit. It's called smart business. It's called show me the money. Johnny, if I sang it, I'd start never mind the windshield and the windows. I'd probably shatter the mirrors too. But if any of you want to call me on this, go back to the Sesame Street albums. There's a couple of them back then, and it would have been what? In the 70s. Sometime in the 70s. And it's Ernie and Bert that are singing it. I think it's Ernie is singing it and Bert is singing backup. So like, are we going backwards or something here? Like, is this sun taking its sweet ass time getting up here this morning? Jesus. At the rate we're going, it's going to be dinner time. Lawrence Kehoe. Is that how you say that? Kehoe? Or is it just Co? $5 Australian. I don't know what $5 Australian is worth. I don't have a clue. Tracy, it's still here. It's still here. The road didn't go nowhere. It's still open. I'm on 69 at the 107 yardstick on 69 going eastbound, going for the Canadian border, going for Port Huron, going to Sarnia, crossing. Oh, Jesus Christ, Pat, you didn't do that. Oh, oh, come on. Really? You should have spent that on something good. Pat, what are you on crack? you, you're on crack, son. All right, hold on. Got to get a drink. Clear the old pipes. Remember, never mind. Yeah, he did, didn't he, Johnny? He went there. He went there. God damn it. All right, hold on here. Me. Hold on, I got to get the right note here. There we go. This is the problem I've got, right? This is what I didn't want to have happen. Now, one of you, and I'm going to say it, one of you motherfuckers is going to fucking record this. And it's going to be out there, and you're going to hold it over me. we open here singing the fucking Sesame Street song. Yeah, you know what, Pat? I'll do just about anything for a good laugh too, but usually it involves taking my clothes off and running down the street, which I'd rather do than sing. Trust me. Trust me. I'd rather pull the truck over to the side of the road, you know, take off, stand in front of the truck with the camera rolling and do a dance naked than do what I'm about to do here. Oh my God, come on. That's for you, Pat. You're sexy. Lawrence, you'd have to put up a whole lot more fucking money than $5 Australian. Let me tell you that. You guys are working yourselves into a fucking lather over this. Tracy, I'm contracted on. I own the truck. I'm an owner operator, a true owner operator in the sense, but I'm contracted on to a single company. So I run freight. I use their trailer. I don't have my own trailer anymore. I use their trailer, and I'm contracted to them. I'm moving their freight. Their freight. From the back of your car. Just crazy. All right, hold on. I got to get this over with because if I don't, That's gonna drive me nuts all day. Pat, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, unfortunately for me, not for you, Pat, but for me, I am one of those here, hold my beer type of guys. There's there's very little that I won't do for a good laugh, or for, well, let's face it, for money. You put enough zeros on the end of anything, you could probably name it, and I'm gonna probably take a swing at it. Your OBS is right. Fuck off, John. It's only like a short little fucking thing. It's only I'm trying to talk my way out of singing this song. It's not gonna work. It's only a short little song. It's the same song, but it's the same words over and over again. But the octaves just keep getting higher and higher. So I always looked at my truck as an RV that made me money. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I Tracy, I don't look at my truck like that, because obviously I go home and everything, but I look at my truck as a tool. It's a tool. I have a job to do, and I have a job to do, and I need the tools to do it. And this truck is just a tool in part of my business to do the job that I need to do. And I price out and cost out my tools just like anything else, and my truck is no different. It's a business, right? This is a business to me. Yes, I enjoy doing it, and yeah, blah blah blah. I like doing it, and I'm good at it, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, it's business, and it's all about money. I'm not out here to break even. I'm not out here to lose money. I'm not out here to break even. I'm out here to make a profit. So, my truck is a tool, and that's all it is. Shut up, Dar. I'm so Tracy asked a real good question, and I thought I should answer it. I'm not stalling or anything. Tracy, ask me another question, quick. Fuck, think of anything. Pull one out of your ass if you have to. Come up with something good. I don't enjoy. I enjoy singing. I'm actually, believe it or not, a really good singer, but I don't have any teeth. And with no teeth, I can't sing. It's very hard to sing. Obviously, you guys know my story of how I lost my teeth and what's going on. And until my new teeth get here and they're in my mouth, firmly implanted, I can't say S's. You guys obviously know that. I slur and sound like a fucking Slurpee. You'll mute Tracy if she asks a question. If I don't sing. I'm sorry. I actually just assumed that Tracy was a female. But Tracy's a guy's name too. So I just said if she. Sorry, if Tracy, if you're a dude, I apologize. All right. Okay. Fuck it. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Tracy, he's gonna mute you if you ask me another question so that I don't sing. As long as you, Tracy, as long as you keep asking me questions, I'll keep answering your questions and stall this out as long as I can. All right. Ab to dab to check 'em and optus duets. That's the name of the song. It's the alphabet. If you take the alphabet and you turn it into a word, that's what you get. Ab to dab to check 'em and optus duets. All right. Ab to dab to check 'em and optus duets. It's the most remarkable word I've ever seen. Ab to dab to check 'em and optus duets. It's a fantastic word for you and me. Ab to dab to check 'em and optus duets. It's the most remarkable word I've ever seen. So, abdadab to check 'em up to steal what says. It's the most remarkable word you've ever seen. Dun, dun. There you go. Johnny, if I hear that anywhere, if that comes back to me anywhere, I shit you not, there's not a fucking zip code you can hide in, son, that I won't find you. I don't give a shit how much what you're carrying on your trailer to defend yourself with. I will come for you. You guys don't know how painful that was. You really don't. Pat, I hope you got your fucking money's worth. I hope you got your money's worth. You got it, T-Bone. Hey, T-Bone, I don't see you putting up this kind of entertainment value on your channel. Hey, come on now, boy. Come on now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a true celebrity in the house again. Another one. Last week we had Fate. Today we've got Trucking with T-Bone. Do yourselves a favor. Do yourselves a favor. It wouldn't be a disservice to yourself if you actually went over and checked out his channel. T-Bone, feel free to throw your channel up, or anybody else that wants to pin T-Bone's channel in. Trucking with T-Bone. Go check him out. I enjoy him. He usually throws up some pretty good tips. He's got some good shit. He does some driving. He does some chatting. He doesn't do a lot of bullshit, and I think T-Bone could probably afford to do a little more bullshitting. A good bit of bullshitting now and then doesn't hurt nobody. Fuck you, T-Bone. Future T-Bone's tips. Yeah, okay. That's I don't know why I laughed. That's not even funny. Dude, I don't find that funny at all. And he has chickens. You're right, Dar. T-Bone has chickens. He's been trying to send chickens up to Dar for over a year now. I just won't have it. I won't have it. No chickens. T-Bone can keep his. T-Bone's trying to send Dar chickens, and Trucking with Liberty is trying to send her kittens. I mean, one of these days, man, I'm going to get home and there's going to be a chickens. There's going to be a cat. There's going to be what else has she wanted? She wanted oh fuck, there's the sun. Here it comes. Should we just shut the fuck up and enjoy this moment? Ladies and gentlemen, the professor has entered the building. That would be the Truckers Education Network, Mr. Jeff. Good to see you, sir. Enjoyed your live yesterday. Thank you very much for that. I was sitting at James Hardy out in Peru, Illinois, waiting to get loaded, and I don't know how much flatbedding work like trucking does, Jeff, but if any of your guys that do flatbed have ever been in there, you know what a damn headache that is. It's just it's a hit and miss story. You're either going to go in and be there for 8 hours, or you're going to go in and be in and out in an hour and a half. I caught a break yesterday. I was in and out in an hour and a half, so it wasn't too bad for me. But there's been times going in there, you know, you might as well pack a lunch and make a day of it. That's how bad that place is. I'm not going anywhere back there. I started my day. I started my day in Porter, Indiana. That's where we started this morning at 3:30 this morning. I've got 800. What the hell am I saying? I've got 686 miles to cover today. 686 miles will get me up to our terminal, and I've got to cross. Whoa, there's the sun, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy that. We've been waiting. This is what we've been waiting for. Um, I got 686 or 681 or whatever the hell miles it is to get to our terminal up in Brockville, Ontario. And then from there, I got to go another 78 miles back down to my place. So I've got some trucking to do today. I truly, truly do. All I really wanted to do was start the live and drive down the road and truck down the road and enjoy a sunrise. So as soon as these trees get out of the way and we can see the sun again, we'll get exactly that. Yeah, Jeff, I'm at the 124 yard line on 69 going east, just passing the rest area. Look at that sky. You telling me you couldn't look at that every single day? Like there are, don't get me wrong, guys, as a driver, there are days where we look out the window and it's raining and it's crappy and it's cloudy. But then I will take 3 lousy, crappy days of weather to have a day like this and drive my day, enjoy driving my truck and working when I can look out my window and I can see this. Like, tell me, does it get any better than this? Without being rude or involving nudity, does it get any better than this? I don't think so. Whew. Sunglasses just went on. Yeah, I'm at the 126. I've got 70, almost 75, give or take 75 miles to the bridge. So you guys got 75 more miles, and then I'm gonna shut this down to cross the border. So let's just be quiet for a minute and look at our sunrise. Oh, you dirty bastard! Look at that. Where? No, well, he's far enough off. Even slowing down. All right, I'll shut up. Here we go. Beautiful. Well, the road seems to have taken us off the beaten track of the sunshine or the sunrise, but there you go. I promised you a sunrise. I delivered. Not only do I deliver freight, but I deliver on promises of sunrises. I really, hey guys, hope you enjoyed that. Uh, Jeff, your comment's too long to, unfortunately, it's too long to read. Dara, can you put the Truckers Education Network? Can you moderate them, please? Moderate Jeff, please, or give him his wrench. I was saying in a live the other day, just past exit 145. Was that where you live? I was saying in my live the other day, Jeff, that you and Shannon need to pay more tax, please. If you expect me, if you expect me to drive through your state on your roads when they're in such poor condition, you and Shannon Thomas and Nick Earl need to pay more road tax. This is horrible. This is absolutely horrible. Just before the next overpass. Well, you're gonna be standing. Are you gonna be standing outside in your underwear, holding a sign saying "Go Wheelburner, go"? I'll give you $100 if you do it. I'll give you $100, Jeff, if you're standing on the side of the road when I get up there to at the 145 yard line. If you're standing there in your underwear holding up a sign, I'll give you $100. I bet you I can get Patrick from Australia to throw money in on that one too. Probably get everybody in the chat here to throw some cash into that pot. Better not. You know that would end up all that would be turned into a short so fast, Jeff. It would be all over YouTube. You'd never hear the end of it. Okay, so I'm trying to piece this together. The next overpass, the 145. At the 145, the next overpass, Jeff's house is around there, and he wants me to honk the horn. Dude, I have a Cascadia, and the horn on this thing is horrible. I mean, there's Tolga. I knew he'd show. We were talking about you for the last we've been live 3 hours, Tolga. Where have you been? Where have you been? 3 hours we've been sitting here waiting for you, dude. These Cascadias, you're better off going to like the Napa and picking up that can with the horn, they take to the football game. Here. That's my horn. I could stick my head out the window, Jeff, and it would yell louder than this horn is. It's so pathetic. I could be sitting in traffic, like a traffic jam, and not moving, and be surrounded by vehicles and blow my horn, and nobody would take a look at it. Avoid New York City. Well, Benjamin, yeah, avoid New York City, but I go because it pays well. You want to make money in this business, and you basically don't say no to anything. You go where you need to go, and for me, a good portion of that time is off the East Coast. So it's Newark, New Jersey, Newark, New York City, Baltimore, the ports, all the ports up and down the East Coast, Norfolk, Port of Baltimore, Port of Newark, Port of. That's where the money is, buddy. That's where the money is. So I don't go into New York City because I like it or because I want to, but that's where the money's at. And I don't think anybody in their entire life has ever seen me say no to money. For crying out loud, you just heard me sing for $5 for crying out loud. How desperate is that, eh? There's a desperate YouTube channel right there, eh? Where the guy that's on the channel will actually sing for $5. Good thing I cleaned that windshield, eh, before we started today. Woo! That sun is, she's a brat, boy. Okay, we're at the 138. I got to remember 145. At 145, the next overpass. Are you on the north or the south side of the highway, Jeff? Are you on the north side of the highway or the south side of the highway? I will honk. You won't hear it, but I'll honk. Hey, that's what you say, eh? That's how we talk up here, eh, Pat? You should know that, eh? We say A after everything, eh? Okay, Jeff said he's going to be on the overpass. Holy Jesus. You're not going to be in your underwear, are you? Should I be rolling up $100 bill and throwing it out the window to you? I knew you were ballsy, Jeff, but I didn't know you were that ballsy. Hey, T-Bone, are you around? You should be up there with him. I'll throw another hundy at you if T-Bone's up there in his underwear too. It's been a good week. I'll throw a couple hundies around just to see two guys standing on an overpass dancing in their underwear. Oh yeah. Now you got to remember, $100 to me, $100 American is 132. What? $132 Canadian. $132 Canadian for $100 American. Damn. I saw you messing around yesterday with stocks, Jeff. You ever toy around with currency? Because the Canadian, like I'm sure you're aware, the Canadian American dollar and other currencies, they change, 7, 8 times during the day. And if you can get into the right rhythm, I've got a couple of friends of mine that they do quite well with currencies. Now, the problem with it is that you do need to be buying large, like you're not buying $100 American and then watching or buying $100 taking $100 US and then buying a Canadian, getting your 132 bucks, and then it's going to go by a penny or something and switching it back. You don't do that with $100, but if you do it with $100,000, then you will, that's how you make your money on it. And I know some people that do quite well with it, believe it or not. They bounce the American dollar, the Canadian dollar, the yen, the euro, um, and there's I think one more that they not the it wouldn't be the peso. It's not the peso. Um, but anyway, and if you can and basically if you can time it right and you watch carefully, you can actually do quite well with that. So. One more thing to complain about on a Michigan road, eh? Where the sun is sitting right now, The road is dry, but it actually looks wet, and there's a glare coming off the road. I don't know what they put in their concrete up here. I think this is the only place I've actually truly seen that. Okay, we're at the 143. We got 2 to go. $145. Where you at, Jeffrey? Where you at? Well, there's an overpass. We don't see nothing there. Ding, 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 ding. I wouldn't be able to see you if you were up there anyway. Dang, son. All right. I wish I could zoom. I wish I had a camera person here to hold the camera and could actually zoom the camera. We're gonna hold Mr. Like to this. He says he's gonna be. We're going over the 145, and according to him, he's gonna be on the next overpass. All right, on the next overpass. He's probably gonna be that guy holding a brick, waiting as I go by. He's gonna drop a brick on me. I'll be damned. He's there. There he is. Hope you're recording this, Jeff. There you go, buddy. Appreciate that, Jeff. You're the man. That was awesome. I don't know if you guys could pick that up, but he was up there, jacket on and hat on and everything on. It's -1 Celsius, so it's below freezing. And this guy actually got out of a nice warm house and come and stand on an overpass just to wave us on by. Appreciate that, man. Not paying you the $100 though. You weren't in your underwear. That was actually quite nice. Reminds me, right? Reminded me just briefly as when we were doing the convoy. When we were on our way to Ottawa, 'cause we had the convoy in Toronto, and we had to leave Toronto and go all the way to Ottawa as the convoy. All the overpasses were absolutely just packed with people, like with flags and everything like that. So Jeff, Jeff was just a late supporter of the convoy. Oh, I'm thinking we might need another coffee, but I'm not about to stop here. I think I'll coffeeatize myself once I get over and I can get myself a nice little Tim Hortons double double, eh? Eh? Get a Tim Hortons double double, eh? Mm, that was actually, I'm gonna be sitting there thinking about that all day. It's actually quite nice. He was in his PJs. Well, that's all right, Jeff. That's worth $20. I'll throw $20 at you because you were bundled up, and I know it's cold, so I'll throw 20, I'll throw $20 at you for your standing on a bridge bundled up in your pajamas. How's that? Does that work for you? $20 sound $20 sound fair? Uh, so, okay, let's get back to Tolga here. Where's your note from your parents? Why are you tardy? Why are you tardy, Tolga? We just sat there yesterday or 2 days ago in the last live going, hey, Tolga's always there. 2 in the morning, 5 in the afternoon, lunch, it doesn't matter. Tolga's always, and you weren't. I went live and I've been live for almost 3 hours before you showed up. So I want a note from home explaining your tardiness, please. And don't feed me no line of crap saying that you needed to sleep. Tolga, you don't sleep. You and I both know you don't sleep. You froze. You froze. Dude, I didn't choking on my Dr. Pepper. Jeff, I didn't tell you to go stand on a bridge and you're in your pajamas. I appreciate it, but in the United States, you guys have Dunkin' Donuts, which is terrible. I drink it only as an absolute last resort for coffee. For my coffee options, I will actually go to Starbucks, and I'm so ashamed to say that, but I will actually go to Starbucks and buy coffee before I'll go to Dunkin'. But in Canada, we've got Tim Hortons, which is not by any means high-end coffee. It's not. It's Canada's main coffee, you know, coffee shop. They're on every corner. You can throw a rock in any direction and hit one. They're all over the place, and it's not bad coffee. It is getting a little expensive though. Yeah, Shannon. Yeah, okay. Like she's not even gonna believe it. She's not in here. She's never gonna believe that you did that. So I've had a good week. So I'll throw it in there, Jeff. I don't know if she's having a good week or not. Man, I don't know about you guys, but that is bright. That is bright. It's just on the windshield here. It's about an inch lower than the the bottom of my visor. So I've got about another probably 7 or 8 minutes, and that'll be out of my eyes. But damn, damn, you got Tim Hortons 1 mile from you, and you will attest, right? The Tim Hortons is better than Dunkin'. A lot of the northern states have Tim Hortons, right? Because a lot of the northern states, and then well, one of the southern states that has a lot of Tim Hortons. There's two of them actually. There's Florida because of all the snowbirds. There's more Canadians in Florida than there is Floridians, and Arizona, right? Again, because there's a lot of Canadians, the snowbirds in Arizona. So Tim Hortons, and funny enough, Tim Hortons was bought several years ago by Burger King. So Tim Hortons is not even Tim Hortons anymore. It's not even Canadian owned anymore. It was Canadian. It was started by Tim Horton, the hockey player, right? The Canadian hockey player. And then I think a few years ago, Burger King bought it with a package deal with a couple other things. So now Burger King actually owns Tim Hortons coffee. Can you get a Coke? You want a Coke and a smile? You don't know how. You're not old enough to know what that means. Coke and a smile. Can I get a Coke and a smile? Sorry, I'm not talking here, guys. I just thought I'd sit here and just like, hey, let's look at the sun and it's going up and shoot. There we go. I think that's just about all we're gonna see for the next little while. But again, what a perfect driving day. Like, man, it just does not get any better. Like if you're gonna drive, this is what you want to be doing. I don't care about the below freezing temperatures. I can be minus 30 right now. I wouldn't give a damn. Um, well, except for the poor fuel mileage you're gonna get. But um, this kind of weather like this, I do this all day. If I wasn't in such a hurry, I'd be tempted to back it down just so I could enjoy it a little longer. So where are we at? We're in the 1st of March. Is it March 1st? It is March 1st. So we're at the 1st of March, and look at that. There is not a lick of snow anywhere. Not a lick of snow anywhere. And I've not seen snow anywhere. I've went from southern Ontario all the way out to Iowa and back to here, and I've not seen snow anywhere. I can see some frost on the ground right now, but that's just morning frost. So that sun will wipe that out probably in about another hour or so. Yeah, well, depending on where retired, depending on where you are, right? It's only 8 o'clock here, right? It's 5 to 8 here. So depending on how far behind me you are in time, you probably back up even an hour, right? And it's going to be dark. So if you're back in Indiana, you know, it's probably still dark. Iowa's an hour behind. Once you get out past, I think, Nebraska, you lose the second hour. I think, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that, but all the guys on the West Coast, it's only 5 a.m. there, so it's still dark for them. You told Shannon she owes you $50. Well, I'm gonna message her and say thanks because now I only owe you $50. She's probably, I don't know if she's awake. You probably woke her up. She's just shaking the cobwebs out of her head right now, going, "What the hell are you talking about?" I live in Turkey, the country one. Well, I think we could figure that out there, Tolga. I didn't think I don't think any of us are. Some of us are a little slow. We're not all the sharpest, but I think most of us would figure out that you don't live in a turkey or on a turkey or with a turkey. Would it be a bad cliche if you lived with turkeys in Turkey? What do you do for a living? I raise turkeys. Where do you live? Turkey. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. What? Yeah, I live in Turkey and I raise turkeys. That'd be, that would be a really good conversation for two drunks in a bar. Two drunks in a bar and two turkey raising guys living in Turkey in a Turkish bar. There you go. There's a 6 hour conversation and a whole bottle of vodka right there. You guys see the shit that I think of? You guys see the shit that I seriously think of while I'm driving? Never mind confusing you. I can confuse the hell out of my. Woo! Hey, Tolga, has anybody ever heard your voice? Have you ever, like, when I do the lives from home and I drop the link, I don't think you've ever come into my live. Have you ever gone on anybody's live? Like, has anybody ever seen you or heard you? I'd be curious. You're like the Jerome Jones, right? You're the international man of mystery, right? Everybody knows who you are, but nobody's ever seen you. How do we even know there's a Tolga, right? How do we know that there is a Tolga? We don't know there's a Tolga. Nobody's ever heard him or seen him. Oh, good morning, Shannon. By the way, you owe me $50. Actually, you owe the professor $50. So please forward your $50 donation to the professor. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, sweetheart. I owe him $50 too. So please forward your $50 donation to the professor. He will be more than happy to take it from you. Yeah, that's your news. That's your news. You, we owe the professor $50 each. Shannon, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. I can't believe he did it either. I'm coming through Michigan. I'm rolling right by Jeff's place. He goes, "Are you on 69?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, Where are you?" I told him where I am. He goes, "My place is at the next overpass after the 145 exit 145." And I said, "Oh yeah, well I'll pay you $100 if you're standing on that bridge in your dancing in your underwear." Well, guess what? Guess what? And we got it on video, like it was live. Now, mind you, he wasn't in his underwear. He was in his pajamas, but he was on the top. He was on the Shannon. You had to see it. He was on the top of the bridge, waving us on, giving us the thumbs up and the peace signs, waving his arms madly, and in his pajamas. So, and then he, not me. This is all him. Then he designated that I only got to pay him 50, and he's coming after you for the other 50. So pay up, sucker. Pay up. It was, you know what, Shannon? It's worth the $50. It was worth the $50 to see him do it. How many people could get Jeff Like out of a warm house, right? He's probably just sitting there this morning, having his coffee in his pajamas, getting ready to do some business. How many people could get him out of the house, up onto a bridge when it's minus -1, and he's up there in his pajamas dancing around? Hey, it was worth it. It was worth it. Although I'm glad I didn't say $500. Can you imagine that? If I'd have said $500, then you'd have been owing him 250. I'm having a damn good week, and I've had some really, really, really good profitable weeks, but not good enough that I'm throwing around. Not good enough that I'm throwing around $500. Not like that. I don't know about you, Shannon, if your weeks are that good, but I ain't throwing around $500 like that. Oh. So it's been a good morning, guys. Let's recap. Yeah, Shannon, you're obviously late. We've been going for about almost 4 hours here. We're 206 minutes. So figure that out. How many hours is that? We've been going. We started in Porter, Indiana, and the whole idea was to go live and to watch a sunrise. So we were able to do that. We've watched the sunrise. We've had some really good conversation. We've had some funny shit go on. We paid Jeff. Paid Jeff $100 to stand on a bridge and dance in his pajamas. Yeah. Like what else? What else? Hello, officer. You just sit right there, son. You don't need to move. You just keep sitting right there. Attaboy. Good boy. I got the old Cruiser-Rooney at 69 here, so it's 69. They won't bother you to do if it's 65. So I think once you get over 70, they start get a little cranky in Michigan. So yeah, we've had a really good morning. And where am I? I'm at the 170 yard line, so 30 miles. 30 miles to the bridge. Oh, that's right. Pat paid me $5 to sing. You missed that, Shannon. Pat paid me $5 Australian. So I don't know what the conversion is on that. That could be $5 or 500. I don't know. So Pat paid me $5 to sing the Sesame Street song. Shannon, you're the same age as me. What is Abdadabda Chucklemanopta Stewart's is? What is that, Shannon? It's. I know you're probably either just waking up and you're not quite there. You might be a little fuzzy, but abdadab chuckamanoptestuitzes. What is that? I just said a word. What is that word? Pat pays in kangaroo dollars. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's okay. Hey Pat, do you guys have in Australia? Do you guys have the Queen all over your money still, or have they switched it all over to King Chuckwagon there? It was worth every cent you paid. Well, I'm glad you got your money's worth, Pally. I'm glad you got your money's worth. I like to walk away with an audience that feels satisfied that they got their money's worth. So Shannon Thomas is in her 20s. Bullshit. Oh, this frog. Bullshit. Oh, yeah, there we go. We're feeling much better now. Shannon, back up the video 22 minutes. You'll see Jeff dancing in his pajamas. She's probably doing that right now. She's gone quiet. You'll see you're 50 hard at work. First thing Jeff did, he ran in the house. He had to put some pants on because he froze his cannolis off on the bridge. The poor guy had frostbite on his balls. I'm almost feeling bad for you, Jeff. I said almost. The moment arrived and it passed very quickly. Like I don't feel bad, but almost. It was almost there. Ah. How much are you guys actually seeing with that sun? Can you guys actually see anything, or is the sun screwing the camera so bad it's just a big blur of crap? Because if all you're doing is looking at a big ball of crap, then I'll just kill it now. But if you can still actually see anything, then I'll just keep this going for until I get to the bridge. Okay, so you can still see. Dude, I'm in Michigan. I'm at I-69 going westbound or eastbound, sorry. I'm going for the Canadian border. I'm going back into Canada. And I saw T-Bone ask a question. He goes, "Wait a minute, I thought the 69 runs north and south." It does until you get to Lansing. T-Bone, as soon as you get to Lansing, Michigan, it turns and goes eastbound. And if you go westbound at Lansing, you're on 96. Whew. I'm getting toasty, man. I don't even have the heat on in my truck, but that sun coming in is keeping me nice and toasty. And now I'm wearing a dark hoodie, and it's like, holy crap, man. I'm cooking inside my hoodie. I appreciate the likes. Everybody hit that like button. I appreciate that everybody did. Looks like we got up to 27, so making me very happy. I like the like. I like the like button. There's the sheriff's office. That wasn't even a state trooper. The sheriff. Where the hell am I? Since when does sheriffs monitor or police the highways? I thought that was strictly like state U.S. Like the state takes care of the interstates. Sheriff's office actually comes out and parks on the highway to pick off speeders. That's a sheriff's office right there that needs some money. When the sheriff's actually sitting out in an SUV trying to pick off speeders on an interstate, poor bastard. Temperature outside is exactly, it's 0 Celsius. So what's that in Fahrenheit? What, 28? 32. 32, I think Fahrenheit is freezing. "27 whole likes makes me the most viral man on the internet." Now you're funny, Pat. Now you're funny. I think the most we were up to here was, I think that the highest at one point was 32. 32 people in here. Believe me, that's not viral. That's that doesn't even sit on the disease level anywhere. that that's a cold, right? It's not even a virus. It's a cold. It's not even a flu. Here from Australia. Well, there you go. So is Pat Bergman from Australia. Damn, son. We got the Aussies in now. Usually we got the Brits, right? We got Robert and we got Nomadic, right? We got the Brits in the house. Now we're getting taken over by the bloody Aussies. Well, what can you do? Well, the subs went up by 40. That's nice. Appreciate that, man. You guys, like if you like what you see, you want to hang out, you want to be respectful, you know, realistically, this is a trucking channel. Wheelburner Express was started, expressly as a trucking channel, but we talk about anything. You can sit in this chat and talk about anything you want as long as it's, within reason and respectful. We will, we are obviously going to talk about trucking and trucks and the trucking business and truck drivers' wives and lot lizards. We covered lot lizards today, respectfully. But then we're going to talk about everything else under the sun as well. You can only talk about trucking for so much. I don't care who you are. I don't care how diehard a truck driver you are or how diehard a trucker you think you are. You can only talk trucking for so long, right? If you're going to do a 4-hour live and you're going to talk trucking the whole time, you're going to be talking to yourself. I can't talk about trucking for 4 hours. What are my thoughts on pineapple? Love it on pizza. I love pineapple. I like raw pineapple, like chop up a pineapple and cut it up into cubes and everything and eat it. Love it. Pineapple is one of the best fruits in the world that for your digestion. It helps with your digestion. If you've got a temperamental stomach, after you've eaten, eat some pineapple. It sounds goofy as hell, but I'm telling you, it works. And slap it on your pizza. Sorry, 88. Yep. Pizza. Yep. Hooligan just stepped in. Hooligan, quick question. Pineapple on a pizza, yes or no? Come on, don't even think about it. Yes or no, Hooligan? Pineapple on your pizza, yes or no? The world is sitting on the edge of their seat anticipating your answer. I am a pineapple guy. My pizza, when I order a pizza, pepperoni, ham, pineapple, bacon, red onions. That's my pizza right there. That's what I order every single time I order pizza. Pineapple. Love it on pizza. Absolutely love it. If you don't put pineapple on your pizza, you're not a good American. You're not a good American. I'm telling you that right now. And you can't be trusted. There we go. Hawaiian pizza. Well, I like the Hawaiian. I just add the red onions and the bacon. Canadian, right? I'm Canadian. So I got to put the bacon on there, Jeff, right? Got to have the bacon and the red onions. I don't know. I just love red sweet onions on a pizza. I love it. So yeah, you got to have pepperoni, ham, pineapple, bacon, and red onions. Oh my God, my mouth is watering. Love it. Pineapple pizza was made in Canada. I did not know that. I think we're making 88 puke in his mouth. He's pretty grossed out now. I don't think he's happy with the pineapple answer. Did Hooligan answer? He must have fallen back asleep. Must have fallen back asleep. He said yes. Okay. Oh, a Hawaiian in Canada, I think, is pepperoni, ham, and pineapple. So yours is bacon, pineapple, and ham. E- Either way, Jeff, it's delicious. That's all you have to say. It's delicious. There are. I've eaten pizza. They always say, okay, if you want the best pizza in the world, you want thin crust, you go to New York, or you go to the East Coast, right? You go to New York, New Jersey, that kind of thing for good traditional pizza. If you want good pizza, but you want like a thicker crust or a deep dish, then you go to Chicago. Well, I've eaten pizza in both of those cities, and multiple places, different places around Chicago and different places around New York. And I can tell you right now, we got pizza places in Canada that would bury them, absolutely bury them in for pizza, for how good their pizza is. Brian's back. Oh, thank God you came back, dude. Hooligan had to learn to cook because he lives alone. Dude, when I was single, let me tell you so. Here's a tip for you, okay? If you don't really want to cook, okay? I always had cans of beans because they were cheap, right? You can go into the store and they were 69 cents a can. I don't know what they are now, but let's just say, right? So I always had cans of beans because you didn't need other ingredients. All you needed was a can opener and a pot and a way to heat them up. And even then, I'd eat them cold. Now this is going back a long way, right? And pancake mix. Pancake mix. All you need is water. If you've got water and you've got Aunt Jemima pancake mix, at least you can eat, right? So beans, pancake mix. I always had a jar of salsa. I always had a box of rice, like Uncle Ben's, like the instant rice. I always had a box of rice. Again, just add water, right? So I always had real easy, quick things that were cheap that I could at least sustain myself on and I wouldn't starve to death. Otherwise, dude, I'd have been out, eating the lawn clippings. Butt ass. Nice name. Butt ass. Where are you? I'm in the last 10 miles of Michigan. Just up over that horizon there is Canada. And that's where I'm going. We got 10 miles to the bridge. 10 miles to the bridge. Whew. You've eaten too many beans and rice in the last year. You know what, man? I hear you. I hear you. Been there. Hooligan, been there. Dude, you're probably looking at one of the only people I know that way back that was actually employed and homeless at the same time. I was employed and homeless at the same time. You know, to sleep on a park bench or under that park bench. I've been there, bro. Been there. Whew. I'm just cooking here. I'm getting toasty as hell. Oh yeah, hooligan. When you're that broke, you'll eat anything. Anything you get your hands on, you know? Or you're absolutely truly broke when you're working, you're homeless, and you're picking up cigarette butts off the ground and relighting them. Now, lucky for me, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, but I had to do that. Or you back in those days they used to smoke. You could go into a coffee shop. So you could have, a coffee back for me back in those days, a coffee was like 30 cents. So you could scrounge 30 cents and get a cup of coffee, and you found a table that hadn't been cleared yet, and you'd go sit there because they all had ashtrays on them. And you could sit there and there might be 10 butts in there, and you could at least smoke, 10 cigarette butts while you were drinking your 35-cent coffee. I tell you this, though, having to live my life like that has made me appreciate the life I have today. Hooligan, you got a Cash App? Put it in the comments, please. Put it up on the screen. Put your Cash App up. I know you're a humble man, and I know humility is part of your nature, and I know you don't want to, but I'm asking you to. Put your Cash App up on the screen, please. Dar, take a snapshot of it, please. Unfortunately, hooligan, I don't have, being Canadian, we don't have Cash Apps up here. And being an American, you guys don't do e-transfers, right? Like up here, if I wanted to send another Canadian money, like a Cash App, I can email it to you, right? It's called an e-transfer. It's an email. So unfortunately, we don't have Cash App. The closest thing we have up here is PayPal, and most Americans don't have PayPal. Like I don't imagine you'd have a PayPal. So, but if I have your Cash App, I do know somebody. I know a few people in the States that have PayPal. I will be happy to send them some money and have them forward it to you. I won't sit in here have somebody that hasn't eaten fucking for 3 days. That's just not gonna fucking happen. It doesn't fly. It does not fly. Not in today's day and age. It does not fly. Not when there's, not when there's 23 people sitting in here and there's a guy that hasn't eaten in 3 days, especially yourself, that we've. I can go without cigars to make sure you eat. So we'll make sure that happens. Bailey, appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jeff, I appreciate that. I truly do. I truly do. Hooligan is very humble, and he's proud, and he won't ask for himself. I don't think I've ever seen him ask for money or ask for food or ask for anything. But you know what? I am not that humble, and I am not that proud, and I will ask for fucking money. And if he doesn't want to do it, I'll ask for him. So anybody in this chat, if you're an American and you've got Cash App, his Cash App is up there. And even if, you know what, if you're barely scraping by and you can't pay your own bills, then hey, do not send any money, please. Take care of yourself and your family first. But if you can afford $5, $10, I don't care. You know, a couple of dollars, if you got it and you can afford it, and it won't kill you to do, because we're not going to have somebody who actively participates in all of our channels. He's here in all of our channels. He's always in our chats. He's always talking. He's always giving advice. He's putting up his own videos. You know, we're not going to have somebody in our community that's hungry, that's going fucking hungry. That's just not going to happen. Retired trucker, he used to be. He's retired truck driver. He's not driving anymore. I know you didn't ask for it. And I know you didn't come on here to ask for it. And I know. But I don't give a shit. I don't care. Whether you ask for it or not, I'm asking for you. So just don't worry about it. Okay. It's just out of love, hooligan. Just out of love, my friend. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, just like a rocky marriage, our time together is about to end because look at that big old sign up there with that big beautiful red and white Canadian flag. The customs isn't until I get on. Usually, as you're getting on the bridge, the phone doesn't know whether to jump on AT&T or Rogers, and it just drops its signal. Well, I'll just keep it running. If the signal, you know what? Let me just say this now to you guys. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. What do we got? Like 200 and what is that? 235. It doesn't give. We should give it to you in hours. 235 minutes. So that's like 4 hours and whatever. So good job. Good job, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. Great topics. Great talking to you. Glad you got to see the sunrise. Really happy. Ever saw a pretty hitchhiker? I've seen a pretty hitchhiker. I don't make it a habit of picking them up though. I think Kitty Craze would have something to say if I was picking up pretty hitch. Honest, honey, she's just a college girl trying to get back to school. No, baby, she doesn't always walk around in a pair of Daisy Duke shorts and a tank top with her thumb out. She's just a young girl trying to get back to college. I don't think that's gonna fly. I don't think Dara's gonna buy that one. Okay. Now I had problems. I had to pay with cash the last time I crossed because my transponder, my RDIF transponder, is not working. They don't take Easy Pass on this. So does the transponder not supposed to work? Is it not working? She's not working? No. Luckily for me, thanks, man. Not a problem. Luckily for me, the company reimburses us for these when we have. You too, buddy. Thank you. They reimburse us for these when we hand them in. So now they owe me because it's $16.25 US. So, and they owe me 30 because it's 30 bucks going in the other way. So they owe me 30 for that. I have to mark that on my sheet. But for now, let's just. You guys want to go up and over the blue? This is the Blue Water Bridge. Ambassador is Detroit or Detroit, that's how you say it. I say Detroit, but Ambassador Bridge is Detroit and Windsor, and this is the Blue Water Bridge, and this is a major waterway because right here is the lake, one of the Great Lakes. What Dar's telling you about her hitchhiker story. Holy crap. I'm just getting all my paperwork in order because you got to have your CBSA electronic manifest, which we just called it an ACE, right? So you got to have your ACE for clearance, then you got to have your customs paperwork, your bill of lading all lined up, and then you got to have your country of origin paperwork set up. So just making sure I got everything all set up. So here we are over the bridge. We are now in Canada. Hooligan, you can safely say that you've been to Canada on screen only. You're in Canada right now. Still got a signal. You want to take a chance and run through customs? You guys want to hear what see what kind of questions they're going to ask me? What color are your underwear? How much money you got in the bank? You know, that kind of shit. It does not. I got to take the headset off to do this, so I can't roll up there with the headset on. So I'll set it up. So I'll set it up so that at least the microphone's pointing down. What day is it? Friday? When did I cross? Wednesday? I crossed here Wednesday. I crossed here Wednesday morning. So the first thing they're going to ask is how long were you in the States? There you go. Any of you guys that are thinking of jumping the border? There you go. How are you? I crossed here on Wednesday. No, ma'am. Thank you very much. You too. All right, we got that pretty little blue stamp that says Canada Customs CBSA on it. It says we are cleared. And I just want to jump out of my truck right now, kneel down and kiss the ground. I'm back home. It's funny. I don't know, like you guys, any of the U.S. drivers, how many of you crossed the border, but I'm sure you feel the same way when you get back into the U.S., right? It doesn't matter what border. I could be crossing out west from the U.S. into Alberta or into British Columbia. But the fact is that back in on Canadian soil, right? I'm back on Canadian soil is like, oh, thank God. Now 240 miles an hour through the customs. But we're going to dial it up a little bit here. Pat, don't even say that. That's not even funny. You don't even talk. We don't even say words like that. You know, You don't even say when you're at the border. You don't use words like cocaine, heroin, Mexicans, enchilada. these these guys and girls, for the most part, they'll take a bit of a joke, and they're zero sense of humor. You have anything to declare, sir? Yeah. I've got two midgets, two circus midgets, two Mexican circus midgets, 10 pounds of cocaine, um, probably 4 keys of good. Yeah, nothing serious. Nothing serious. Whew. There it is. You guys still there? You guys still there? Look at that. It actually jumped. The connection dropped, and then it actually dropped, and I was able to switch over manually to the Rogers. So looks like we lost about half of yous. Oh no, maybe not. You're back. No, now we're on a Canadian tower. We're on Canadian cell service. So, um, I don't know. You guys still feel like driving? I've still got 381 miles to go. So if you guys feel like driving, I can sit here and sing to myself and turn the camera off, or I can sit here and leave the camera on, and you guys can hang out. There's a good OPP. OPP police. In Canada, that is equivalent to in Ontario, right? Because I'm in the province of Ontario. That would be equivalent to your state troopers, Ontario Provincial Police. So, and most of them do not have a sense of humor. I have very little respect for our OPP. I also have a very little respect for a lot of the police departments up here in Canada. Not because I don't respect police officers, but I don't respect what they did to us when the government decided to treat us like fucking hooligans, or treat us like convicts, or treat us like terrorists, labeled us terrorists. You know, when you've got your own police department trampling you with horses and shooting rubber bullets at you and shooting tear gas at you at a protest, well, I got something to say. I got something to say about that. So, anyway, we're not going down that road. Now, what do we got here? Okay, now I'm on Canadian hours. So, on Canadian hours driving, I now have, instead of having 6 hours and 25 minutes left to drive, I now have 8 hours and 25 minutes to drive. So I gained my 2 hours. Gained my 2 hours. And I got 9:06 left on my shift. So I've got 379 miles. I should be able to pull this off, right? In 8 the mitigating factor here is going to be Toronto, the city of Toronto. If I can skate through Toronto, and I should be able to, because I'm only about 3 hours from Toronto, and that'll take me up to noon, right? So traffic shouldn't be too bad at noon going through Toronto. If I can get through Toronto without if I can afford to lose about an hour, right? I can afford to lose about an hour going through Toronto. Oh, looks like Narc just put out his trash day video. Friday's trash day for codename Narc. Anybody interested in seeing what trash Narc is taking out today? I think he's actually. I think his channel is actually GW Bull smells like garlic. where where this guy comes up with the names is well beyond me. I don't have a clue, but yeah. For some reason, when I lost the signal, I don't even know if I'm broadcasting or if it's still going out. I don't know if this is going out or not because my comments are frozen. Right, the last comment I have is from Pat Bergman saying "tee hee 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 hee," but it shows that there's 23 people in here, and it shows the clock is there. The clock is still ticking, so it shows that I'm still live. But for some reason, my comments are frozen. If you guys have been, unless that's the last comment, you guys have shut up in the last 5 minutes, but I doubt that. Hold on, we'll do this real quick. Nope, that didn't do nothing. Oh well. It's not like I'm supposed to be reading comments, but Dar, if you're here, do me a favor and just send me a text and let me know that the live is still on and I'm not sitting in my truck talking to myself. The text will at least come up on the screen and it won't disrupt the live. Or somebody, if Dar's not in here anymore, if somebody has my phone number, send me a text message, would you? Okay, thank you, baby. Yeah, my comments are frozen, so there's it shows 28 in here, so I'm assuming that number is right, but my comments are screwed. Maybe some point or another it'll catch up or reset itself. I don't know, but in the meantime, I can't see anything. So we're about to pass a scale. Now the scales, I don't know if you guys have seen these before, but the scales in Ontario, um, about 10 years ago, they started tearing them down. And they were scales like you guys have in the US, right? And then they started building these, they started rebuilding them. And they didn't just rebuild them, but they rebuilt them. And we nicknamed them super coops, right? Because they're chicken coops, right? You call it, that's what you, so we nicknamed them all super coops. And these things now are massive. Like we're talking, these guys can take in upwards of 20 trucks, easily take in 20 trucks and pull 20 trucks in. And I mean, like more than 20, but I mean, they can say, okay, go park in lane 1. And I think there's over 20 lanes and they can do 20 inspections at the same time. That's how big these are. Now, luckily for us, the lights are off. So we are not going in. We're not going into the coop. Well, I've got 3 more to pass. I'm going to pass this one here. I'm going to pass the one at Putnam, which is in London, Ontario, just outside of London, Ontario. And then I've got Whitby, which is just outside of Toronto, just on the east side of Toronto. Sorry, and then I got Gananoque. So I got 4 more scales to pass. Now I don't have to. I don't have to worry. Like by all means, I know my weight is good because where I loaded, I had to scale in and I had to scale out. So my weights, and I'm in Canada as well. So in Canada, Eric, I don't know if you guys can see them, but there's 20 lanes and looks like they had 3 or 4 in there. Um, in Canada, our weights are higher than yours, right? On our trucks, we're allowed 84,000 pounds, whereas you guys were in the States, we're only allowed 80. So we're allowed 37 on the drive axles. We're allowed 37 on the tandems, and what is it? 12? No, 12.5. I think 12.5 or 13 on the steers. Whatever adds up to. I know it's 37, 37, and whatever the other number is, it adds up to 84. So we're allowed 84,000 pounds gross, max. Which is kind of good for us, you know. Believe me, it really sucks. There's been times when I've been in the States where I've had to load my trailer and I've had to figure out by how much fuel I have or how much fuel I can put in. Like if you're not in a position to fill your truck with fuel before you scale in, right? So then you got to do the math. You go, okay, I put so many gallons, and a gallon of fuel weighs, you know, a 1 gallon of diesel weighs 6.89 pounds. So you might as well round that up to 7, right? I don't know if any of you ever had to do that, but man, I've had to do it and sit there and go, okay, it looks like I can put 50 gallons of fuel in. If I put 51, I'm going to be overweight. So there's another tip for you, bogeys. Any of you truck drivers? How many of you actually knew how much a gallon of diesel weighed? Not many people know that. Not many people know that. But a gallon, 1 gallon of diesel fuel weighs 6.89, so 6.9 pounds. So you round that up to 7 because you always build yourself in a little bit of a safety factor, right? Right? So you got 7 pounds per gallon, right? So here, when you think about this, when you think about the reality of this as well, okay, you got 7, or I used to say you hold 300 gallons. How much weight just in fuel are you carrying with full tanks of 300 gallons, right? You're just in fuel alone, you're carrying just under 2,100 pounds just in fuel with full tanks of fuel. People that aren't truck drivers, that when they hear about stuff like that, right? Or if you're in the Canadians, right? So 300 gallons is roughly about 1,100 liters, right? These guys are going to the gas station, they're putting 45 liters of gas in their car, right? And then they find out that I'm putting 1,100 liters in my truck, and they people look at you like, oh my God! It's like, yeah, and up here it's $1.40 a liter, right? So take $1.40, multiply that by 3.79, because that's how many liters are in a gallon, right? So $1.40 times 3.79, that's how much we pay for a gallon of fuel. So at $1.40, if my tanks were dead empty and I had to put 300 gallons or 1,100 liters in this truck, now I never let it get that low, but if it was, dude, you're looking at a $1,500 fill up, right, or a $1,400 fill up. And you know, the average person walking around, that's mind blowing, right? It's absolutely mind blowing. The same thing when they find out how many miles a week we drive, right? You sit there and go, oh yeah, well, you know, my average week is about, you know, 3,500 miles or 3,000 miles. And they lose their minds. They go, what? You say, yeah, about 5,000, over 5,000 kilometers. You know, 54 or 50 something 100 kilometers. And they go, you drive that in a week? Yeah, most people don't do that. And, you know, it takes them 3 or 4 months in their car to do that. No, we do it in a week. And it throws It throws the Americans off when they come to Canada and they see the speed limit sign, right? Speed limit sign says 100, and then underneath it in small letters it'll say kilometers, or it'll say kph, right? Kilometers per hour, right? But they see the 100 and they don't see the kph, and they're, next thing you know, they're doing 90 down the highway. It's like, no, 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 no. 100 kilometers an hour is 63 miles an hour. It's 62 and a half miles an hour. No, you're not supposed to be doing 100 mile an hour down a Canadian highway. We've done it. We do it, but you're not supposed to. Beautiful, eh? Now this is part of our like in Ontario. This is farmland, right? Like this is a lot of farming gets done out through here. Between Sarnia and London, it's all farmland. They got some really nice beaches up here. Got some really nice lakes up here with some really nice. Dar, what's the name of that? What's the name of that uh, provincial park? Oh, right here, like, there's a sign for it, Pinery. The Pinery, fantastic provincial park. You go into very like clean. Water's clean. Beaches are phenomenal. Really cool place. Really cool. And there's a lot of them around here. There's a lot of provincial parks up around here. Stone Pickers Brewing Company. There's also a lot of mom and pop little small breweries. James Best. If I brought James Best over the border here, we'd never make it. We'd never make it to my place, or at least he wouldn't make it there sober, because there's more small little breweries that he'd be stopping. He'd be stopping every fucking 26 minutes for a beer. Grand Bend. That's the beach I'm talking about. Grand Bend. It's one of the bigger and one of the better beaches in Canada. Our best, probably our best. It's not so much anymore because it's just overcrowded. Is Wasaga Beach? It's up off of Nottawasaga Bay, off the bottom of Hudson Bay, up north. It's the largest freshwater beach in the world, Wasaga Beach. If you want to Google it, find out. But it is largest freshwater beach in the world. Um, and we grew up there as kids. All of our grandparents had and family had trailers and trailer parks up there, so we used to spend our summers as little kids up at Wasaga Beach. We were beach babies, sitting up there. Actually, I know what we're gonna do here. What do we got? We got 41 miles till we get. We're on Highway 42, which would be like an interstate to you guys, right? Highway 42 or 402. We're gonna get down. We got 41 miles till we get down onto the 401, which is our major. It's the Trans Canada Highway. It's our major highway. You guys have heard me talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. And then from there, this is going to drop us right down into the city of London, not England, obviously, London, Ontario. And when we get to London, we're going to go through London. But when we get out the other side of London, there's a Petro Pass there, and there is a Tim Hortons because I want coffee and a breakfast sandwich, and I need a little boys' room. I've been driving since 3:30 this morning and haven't have yet to stop. I made it to the bridge into Canada before my 8 hours is up, so I don't have to take a half-hour break now. Right? In Canada, we're not required to take a 30-minute break. We can go all day and drive, and if you can drive 13 hours nonstop and hold it like a camel, then you do that. But I'm gonna stop, have a leak, and grab a coffee, and I think we'll end it there. I think we will end it there. So we got about 50, 40 miles. That's 40 minutes, give or take, and we will about another 10 minutes. So let's say 50 minutes, less, just under an hour. We've got here. I love the Canadian logbook rules. I really do. Like, fuck you. You guys should wish you guys could drive like the same way we drive. We don't need a 30-minute break, and we only have to take 8 hours off. We don't have to take a 10. Now, the only downside to ours is that we have to take 36 off for our reset. You only have to take 34, right? But big deal. It's 2 hours, right? Okay, I get 2 more hours at home. No big deal, right? But yeah, 36 and 34. But I can drive for 13 hours, and I don't have to take a half an hour break, and I only got to take 8 hours off at night in the sleeper. So we can get more work done up here. We can get more work done up here. I think I said the other day there that it's not uncommon if you're running just back and forth across Canada. It's not uncommon to turn in an 800-mile day, right? Depending on where you are, especially if you get out on once you get out like past Manitoba and you get out to the prairie or yeah, out to the prairies, and it's flat, right? Once you're out of Ontario and you're into Manitoba and it's flat, and it's going to be flat for 2 days worth of driving, right? You can, and the speed limit actually goes up to 68 miles an hour or 110 clicks, and you can actually make an 800 plus mile day. It's not uncommon to do that on Canadian rules. On the other hand, some of you are probably thinking, why on God's green earth do you want to work that much? Well, I don't necessarily want to work that much, but hey, if I have to, I can. If I gotta, I gotta. But very rarely do I run across Canada. It's too expensive with fuel, and it's too expensive with the wind because it's once you get out onto the prairies, there's nothing. Like you can sit on the roof of your truck and watch your dog run away for 2 days. It's so flat. So with the wind out there, and the wind is always coming out of the west, so you're always eating a headwind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you're going out. Summer, winter, doesn't matter. You're always eating a headwind going out west on the Canadian prairies, and the price of fuel is just too expensive. So it's more beneficial. We make more money to take a load from like Ontario down to say like Kentucky, Georgia, Iowa, anywhere out there, and then grab a load there going back up to say Alberta or Manitoba or Saskatchewan or something like that. So I very rarely will do it. I very rarely will do it. It's just not worth. It's not for the money they pay and for the fuel surcharge that they pay, and for the price of Canadian fuel. Just the fuel alone is not worth it, right? At about $5 a gallon, and that's low. That's low. When fuel prices were high, when after you did the conversion, you could there some days you were up around $7 a gallon. And Americans, you guys were complaining, oh my God, fuel is, you know, 525 or 530. Yeah, dude, you convert that to us, that's $7 a gallon. That's what we were paying. So you see why we fight? Like everybody fights hard for their fuel surcharge, but man, when I make a deal, when I'm negotiating my fuel surcharge, it's like it's not negotiable, right? I want it, and I want as much of it as I can get, man. I want all of it, every single penny I can get. I'm looking for. I know I've already gone by a couple. I'm looking for a couple of turbines. Obviously, the best way to tell wind direction is find a wind turbine, right? If the thing's turning, you obviously know which way the wind is blowing. So I'm just trying to take a look here. This, I think we went by most of them. Went through by most of them. So I think I know I'm eating a headwind right now because I just to test it out. I've got my cruise set at 65, but to test it out, I just mashed the pedal to the floor. And instead of like accelerating the way I know my truck will accelerate, it was like it started to accelerate, but a little slower. I'm going, okay, yeah, we're eating wind here. Eating wind here. And the load I've got, it's not bad. It's only, I don't know, not even 3.5 feet off the deck. No, maybe more than that, close to 4 feet, because I got 4 foot drops on my tarps. I was able to get it under a steel tarp. So I've only got four foot drops on that tarp, and the tarps are just barely on both sides, are just barely touching the trailer. So it's 4 feet high, so it's still not that high. It should be going through the wind all right, but should be windy. Not like I had enough problems with the wind the other day. That was ridiculous. Oh, my ass is getting sore. Starting to feel like a beat up old bag of fucking ruffled potato chips. Jesus, my butt's sore. I need a new driver's seat. It's what I need. I've torn this one up pretty bad. Actually, this seat took a beating when I was on the ice road last year because you're at all times you're wearing your winter gear, right? And wearing like winter coveralls and winter gear and all that kind of stuff. Getting in and out of the truck, believe it or not, tore the crap out of my seat. Just tore it to pieces. So, and it's just been one of those things. I just financially, I haven't been in a position to go spend like $3,000 on a new seat, right? I'd like to, but I'm getting there. I'm almost there. Like being off with the eyes and everything, that kind of put a dent in the old pocketbook. But we're almost back to to par here, and we are making money again. So it shouldn't be too long. I'll be getting rid of this seat and putting a new seat in. I'd like to get if I had the money and cost wasn't money wasn't an option, I'd get that Bose seat. Supposedly, man, you can put that seat in your truck, and you can drive across like a cornfield, and you won't feel a damn thing. Those things are so good, and that's almost the problem. Eh? They're too good. You get a seat that's way too comfortable, next thing you know, you're sleeping in it. My Volvo had probably the most, and it was a factory seat. Now it was an upgraded seat. I had the VNL 730, and I had the owner operator package, and when it was it was specced out it was fully loaded, and it had the big beautiful leather, and it had, I don't know, probably 8 different buttons for different controls. That Volvo seat was probably the best seat I've ever sat in my life. Yeah, look at this. See, I don't know if you can see those turbines over there. I'm taking it. Looks like it's coming straight. Looks like it's coming straight. Right now I'm going due east. So it's coming out of the south. Right out of the south. Right on the door. Here, you see the guy in front of us? That was the wind grabbing him. We came out from the protection of the trees. Right, so as soon as we get into the trees right now, okay, I just felt the truck relax. Right? Now watch him when he goes out. When the trees stop protecting him, the wind hits him. Yeah, me too. There it is. Right? You get behind the trees, and the truck relaxes because there's no wind pushing on it. Now those turbines aren't spinning at top speed by any means, but they're spinning hard enough, and that wind's blowing hard enough that if I let go of the steering wheel right now, it'll put me over the center line. It won't blow me over there, but it'll carry me nicely over there. Where are you going, Sparky? I don't think you needed to move over. You had a lane between the two of you. I'll give you the lane if you're on the shoulder, but if you're sitting there and there's a lane between you, I'm not moving over. Not happening. Whoa, what's this? We got a correct. I think this is a corrections van. Corrections. Yeah. He's carrying prisoners. He's the he's the Department of Corrections. He's the guy with all the cocaine in his vehicle. He's got it all. That's that guy right there. They don't want us to know that, but I know that. That was actually quite painless crossing the borders. If we'd have come through there like this afternoon, anytime after noon, we would have probably been lined like on a Friday, better than a half to 3/4 of a mile to get across that border. And going the other way, going into the States is even worse on Fridays. Fridays are the worst days. Like for me, I've got this planned and timed out because I don't want to sit in traffic in Toronto, and I've got so I start early enough in the morning that I know how many miles it is from here to Toronto, and I can skate through Toronto at when peak traffic is off, because Toronto rush hour starts at like 5 in the morning, and it used to run from 5 in the morning till about 8:39 in the morning, and then you'd get a break from 9 until about 3 in the afternoon, 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and then it would slowly vamp up for the afternoon rush hour. Nowadays, it's all day long, right? You get a bit of a window between say 11 and 1. You get like a 2-hour window where it thins out, and you may not go through the city with your cruise control on, but at least you'll probably maintain about 55 mile an hour through the city. But if you are anytime before that or anytime after 1 o'clock on a Friday, oh, forget it. Forget it. Break out the picnic basket and your blankie. You might as well, because you're going to be sitting there eating your lunch. No, it's not bad in the summertime. As most truck drivers know, it's not bad when you're sitting in traffic in the summertime. There's usually lots of shit to look down into cars and see. But I could live without that if it means I'm going to get where I'm going a little faster. I can honestly say, doing this job for as long as I've done it, I've looked down into some cars and seen some pretty interesting shit, man. Some of it funny, some of it perverted, some of it just downright wrong. But we've seen it. In fact, I saw it one time with Dar. I had Dar in the truck. Twice I've had Dar in the truck and I've had an incident. And it's like, son of a bitch. One time Dar was in the truck and we had a lot lizard banging on the door offering me a favor. And Dar just about killed her. The poor little crack whore had to run for her life. All I could do was laugh because it was hilarious, right? It was absolutely hilarious. Dar comes flying out of the bunk because I was just in my underwear. It was like in the middle of the night. She's banging on my door, and I looked down and there's this little black girl down there, and I knew what it was instantly. I rolled the window down just a crack. I said, "Yo, what do you need?" And she, at the top of her lungs, she goes, "I want to come in and suck your dick." Pardon my mouth, and Dar was awake when she heard it, and she came up over my shoulder, and she was coming around me with the shifter, and she was going out the window, out the door after her, and I had to put my arm against the steering wheel and stop her because she'd have gone out. And the girl heard Dar screaming, Dar came around and all Dar was screaming is like, "You fucker, I'm gonna fucking kill you!" And that was the end. All you saw was this little black crack whore running for her life across that parking lot. So that was interesting. That was fun. And I think the other time Dar was in the truck, and this was going way back. We were going down to where were we going? We were going to Abbeville is where we were going. We were going to Abbeville, South Carolina. We were just going through, wasn't Charleston. Either way, we were sitting in traffic, right? We weren't moving anywhere. And we were sitting in traffic and we were just shooting the shit and blah, 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 blah. And this when I had the Peterbilt at that time. And there was a car. It was a convertible. Anybody remember the old Volkswagen cabriolets? It was like a before the Golf, I guess, right? But it was or by the Rabbit, the Volkswagen Rabbit, and it was a cabriolet, and it was a convertible, and there was a girl with a son in the passenger seat. Now we couldn't see the driver, right, because the top was up, but there was a girl in the passenger seat, and she had both her feet up on the dash, and she was wearing a sundress, and she had the sundress up, and she was playing with her tickle pin, and we could see it. And then all of a sudden, a second hand, the driver's hand came over and gave a little tickle too. And it's like, all right, like we're watching the show. And then I guess the show ended. It didn't take all that long. And then because we weren't moving, the top came back off the car, like the driver hit the buttons and everything, and the top rolled back, and it was another chick in the driver's seat driving. It was like, it's like, wow, okay, didn't see that coming. Nicer ones we've got some, like, you don't need to look down into a car and see, one guy with his head in the lap of another guy, or some guy sitting there in traffic beating his meat like it owes him money. I don't need to see that. It's just, I can go through my day and live my life without without having to see that. This is I like this. This is one of those jobs or one of those careers where I have seen the best that humanity has to offer with people. I've seen, some of the most gracious people, and I've been a benefactor of some of the most gracious people and helpful people and blah, 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 blah. But I've also seen the worst that society has to offer being out here. Just the absolute worst. The cruelty, just the absolute fucking, just some of I can't even say it. Some of the most despicable things you can see in life, I've seen from the cab of a truck, and the sadness. I've seen absolute sadness. Like in my life, I've gone past, a crash site where there's white sheets out on the road, and that there's bodies, and some of those sheets are little, and that there's a couple of kids underneath those covers, and it's like that. Just once you see something like that, you never forget that, and it just breaks your heart, right? It just breaks your heart. You don't ever want to see that. You don't want your kids. I would never want my kids to see that side of the world or that side of humanity, that some of the things that I've seen. And some people would say, well, maybe it's good for them to see that. No, 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 no. I'm not going to say that, my kids are only going to see, everything that's, pretty and nice and rainbows and sunshine and bullshit like that. No, I fully expect my kids to have hardship and see some of the dirty shit of life, and they're going to learn their lessons maybe the hard way. And if they do, well, hopefully they react and respond appropriately. But, you don't need you see dead bodies out in a fucking highway. Or, I was one of the first people to respond. And we were in the car. I had Dar and the kids in the car, and we were coming back from Dar's family. And some truck was backing out of his driveway across a 2-lane road, and he didn't have his lights on, and a small car with an elderly gentleman and a lady in it, he went and hit the fucking trailer, dead center of the trailer, crushed in the whole front of the car, because he took the bottom of the trailer right at windshield level, crashed that in, pushed him and the girl into the back seat, And when this had happened, you know, we were the first car there. We pulled over, threw the four ways on, and I ran up. And it's like, that was the first time I ever saw like somebody's brains, you know, on the side of their head, because part of the guy's head was caved in and crushed out or popped out. And, you know, of course, you're trying to keep your shit together and call 911 and blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't want my kids to see that. My kids don't, I don't need my kids to, I don't even want my wife to see that kind of shit. You know, that kind of stuff is fucking horrible. But hey, when you see things like somebody, for example, again, I can't see the chat, so I don't know who's here, who's not here. Or when you see something as simple as somebody like the rest of us going, okay, somebody's hungry, let's feed them. We feed them. That's the side of trucking and humanity that I like to see. Or whether it be one person or three people or a family, you know, um, that's the side of humanity I like to see. You know, when we help each other out in the side of the road, we help each other out at the truck stops, you know, we help each other out, whatever, you know, a woman with a child in the car, she breaks down on the side of the road and, you know, she needs help and it's, it's 10 below zero. You fucking pull the brakes on your goddamn truck, asshole. You pull over and you fucking help her, you know, or even if you can't help her, at least get her and the kid into the truck where it's warm and they can stay warm until assistance can get there. You know, that kind of shit is what we should be doing. Not, oh, got their four ways on and they got a cell phone. Oh, they're fine. You don't know that. You know, stop and ask at least. Whew. Again, I'm getting freaking toasty. That sun's just coming right in the passenger side, or the passenger side of the windshield, and just just right on. I'm wearing a pair of jeans and a hoodie, and it's like, Jesus, it's freaking hot in here. I don't have the heat on in my truck. This guy here's a garbage hauler. This guy just dug. Michigan buys all our garbage. All of the garbage in Ontario, all of our landfills, we pack it up into these things here, and these all go to Michigan's. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 axles on that trailer. JE Culp Transport. Them and Verspeten. There's another company called Verspeten, and that's all they do is garbage haul. And obviously, there's big money in it because these guys are doing all. There's a lot of them, right? And that's all they do. They take garbage from here to Michigan. Michigan actually takes all of Ontario's garbage, or a good portion of it. The funny thing is, Ontario is like 3 times the size of Michigan. We got lots of room to put our garbage. Michigan wants it, they can have it. Michigan wants it. It's all yours, baby. But those guys are if he's got, what I say, he got 7 axles, 8 axles, let's say even 7. Okay, he's got 7 axles. When he's got 7 axles on the ground, it takes him 10 minutes with that to get up to speed, to get up to 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour, right? And like, I'm driving right now and it seems relatively flat, but I'm just going up and down little rollies, right? We call them rollies. Every time he hits a rollie, if he's doing 60 miles an hour and he hits a rollie, by the time he gets to the top of that rollie, he's only doing 45 miles an hour. That's how much they lose. That's how much weight they got in those things. On 7 axles, he's comfortably got 120, 130,000 pounds inside the trailer. Never mind the truck and trailer. Look at that. I'm not paying attention. I'm driving around looking at shit. My foot had inadvertently hit the brake pedal and kicked the cruise off. Next thing I know, I look at it, I'm going, what am I doing? I'm doing 54 miles an hour here. What's going on? Oh, okay. No cruise control. Duh. Duh. Wake up, Bri. Duh. What the fuck's in that cigar? Huh? Duh. All of a sudden that garbage hauler's ready to pass me. He's looking at me. He's probably looked back there thinking, "What the fuck's the matter with this idiot?" Oh, nothing. I'm just here sightseeing, just taking in the sights, hanging out, talking to a bunch of people I don't know. So we got 11 miles down. So we got 11 miles left. So we got about 21 miles. And I know I said we were going to kill it when I got to the border, but no, well, we're going to shut this down when we, because I'm going to get coffee. I'm looking at my fuel because I'm still farting around with these goddamn fuel tanks. I got 331 miles, but I'm running on one fuel tank. And 3/8 full. Do I want to chance that, or should I should probably put about 50 gallons. Maybe not even 50, probably about 40. I'll put 40 gallons in. So instead of going to the Tim Hortons, we're going to go to the Flying J here in London. They got a big one here in London. We'll pop in here. So when I get to the Flying J in London, when I pull into the fuel island, I'll shut this down. I can get coffee there. I don't have to. Coffee's coffee at this point, and I can run in there. I can get my fuel, run in there, go to the bathroom, and grab my coffee. So we actually, instead of 20 minutes, we've actually got about maybe 15 minutes here. It sucks balls because I probably spend about 300 to 350, maybe $400 a week more on fuel than I need to, because realistically, I got 135 gallons in the tank beside, like underneath me on the driver's side. It's full. That tank is full. It's got 135 gallons in it, right? I've got more than enough fuel on board. I got enough fuel on board to go from where I started in Brockville all the way out to Iowa and come probably almost all the way back, right? This truck will, on 270 gallons, this truck will go almost 2,000 miles, right? And it sucks that I'm in this position because now I'm not getting, like, I don't know, 600 miles because of the fuel tanks situation. So that sucks balls. Because and because of that, now I have to, you know, I shouldn't have to put fuel in right now. So I'm eating into my profit for this week by having to put another 40 gallons of fuel in. Right? So 40 gallons, like 160 liters at $1.40 a liter. You know, do the fucking math. I'm like almost $300. So I'm going to throw another $300. So that's $300 that's coming off my bottom line, or my top line of my profit. One day, some smart genius is going to figure this out, because it ain't us. It ain't me. There's another garbage hauler. Actually, we got two of them. Look at this. We got two of them. Oh, he's got all his axles down too. This guy's heavier than shit. Yeah, keep it off the zipper, sunshine. Run, Jerry, run. The guy in front of me is probably governed at 64, and this guy's governed at 65. So now we got something that's called the Special Olympics, right? It's gonna take this box truck about 10 minutes to get around this last guy. A baby blue. Anybody interested in a baby blue W9? It's a pre-2000. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably about a 96 or a 97 with a studio. With the exception of the color, it's an immaculate shape. There's not a spot of rust on it. There's not. But that color's kind of painful. I don't know if I want to be driving around. I got a blue truck. I'm quite happy with the blue that I've got. I don't think I want to be driving around with baby blue. It's a guy driving it, so if it was a woman driving it, I'd say, hey, what the hell, nice looking truck, lady. But he's got that thing wrapped up really too. He's got the whale tail on the top of her. It's all wrapped in blue. He's got, it looks like the bow tie low visor, the low bow tie visor. He's got that sitting on there. It's wrapped in blue. Well, he meant business when he said paint my truck blue. He meant it. There we go. Reset that. I love that. I don't know if you guys couldn't see that, but as that pickup was going by us, there's two little kids in the back smiling up at us, at me. That just makes my day. He's looking right now. He's looking forward at his father, going, "Look, Dad, an overworked, underpaid truck driver. Oh my God!" Well, at least now the guy in the car speeds up. Go figure. Um, and the guy, the father's going, "Yep, yep, truck driver, eh? Yep, they're scum. They're scum. Don't ever trust a truck driver, son. They're just lowly, dirty people driving around bringing us all our goods, and we can't live without them. But don't ever trust one. And whatever you do, for God's sakes, don't be nice to one. They'll probably beat you up for your candy." Now listen here. I've never ever beaten up a little child for its candy. Okay, ever. I might pound the piss out of one for his lunch money, but I won't. Absolutely, I draw the line at beating up little kids for their candy. You know, we all got that line we draw, right? I draw my line right there. I won't beat up a kid for his candy, but I will. I will. If that kid's got more than a fin in his pocket, right? If he's got more than a fin in his pocket, I'll pound the piss out of a 5-year-old for his lunch money. Just saying. Just saying. It's a tough business out here. Things are tight, man. You got to do what you got to do. Truck drivers got to eat, you know. Couldn't read the whole message, Dar. Couldn't read the whole message. Could only read the first 2 lines. That's all that came up on the screen. Wonderland Road. Anybody want to go to Wonderland? We can go to Wonderland if you want. You ever notice as well when you're driving, the closer to the bathroom you get, the worse you have to go? Like that's not just me, right? I'm not the only one, right? Like half an hour ago, I knew I had to go have a leak, but it wasn't that bad. It was like, all right, I got to piss, right? But now that I'm only like what 4 miles, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Like, oh, and by the time I reach the J, by the time I pull up to the fuel island, I'll be standing there doing that little two-legged pee-pee dance. Ooh, this guy's lift axle's out of sync. See his lift axle? See his tire? It should not be on that angle. Wonder if he knows that. If he had to drop that right now, he'd be screwed. That truck would shake itself apart. Nice. Here we go. So this is the end of the 402. It's now going to loop us down, drop us right onto the 401 in the city of London. London is notoriously famous for it's a university and college city. Huge. It's huge in Canada's tech sector, right? In our tech sector. A lot of like you guys in the States have Silicon Valley, which is your tech sector. A good portion of the people that are working in the U.S. tech sector in Silicon Valley all came out of here, right where we're at right here. All came out of Canada. They're all Canadian, and they all came out of London. London is known for the tech sector. Hamilton has McMaster University, which turns out the best doctors in the world. McMaster and Toronto. Hamilton and Toronto are only actually, believe it or not, about 55 miles apart. And they got the University of Toronto, which turns out also the best doctors in the world. Between McMaster and the U of T, a lot of the doctors that are working in the big hospitals down in the U.S. are Canadian, and what happens is Americans will come up here and go to school at McMaster and U of T and become doctors, and then go back down to the States, and that's only because in Canada, doctors' salaries are limited, right? They're limited. In the U.S., a doctor's salary can be whatever they want to get, whatever the salary they want to get. They can get this, they can get that. They negotiate it with because the hospitals are private corporations, right? So a doctor gets hired on, he negotiates a salary, and that's the way. In Canada, it's not. It's capped. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not paid 60 grand a year. You know, they're paid significantly more, but they're not making none of them have $1 million salaries up here. You know, even in private practice, it just doesn't work that way in Canada. So what happens is Canadian people are like, I'd become a doctor up here, and then I would get sponsored by a big hospital in the United States, and that's where I would go, and that's where I would make my money, and I would live as an American with dual citizenship because the hospital sponsors you. When you're throwing around that kind of money, it's not hard to become an American. It's a little harder for me to become an American as a truck driver, but if I was a doctor, no, they'd take me in a minute. In a minute. So here we've got computers and tech. Hamilton, Hamilton is steel, right? It's a steel city. Uh, and they have McMaster for doctors. We have Toronto as doctors. Um, they also have Toronto also has St. Mike's. That's the best children. It is one of, if not is, the best children's hospital in the world. They also have the Women's College. Now I don't know where it stands, but yeah, we do a lot of cool shit up here. A lot of cool shit. You guys should be honored to know me because I'm Canadian. It should be your honor to know me. Yeah, no ego here, eh? None. No ego here. You guys should be. It should be your honor and your thrill every single day to know me. Every time I go live, for you to sit here and listen to the voice coming through those speakers. Northern Touch Truck Wash. That used to be a Blue Beacon. I guess they got run out because they were doing such a shitty job. You'd put your truck into that Blue Beacon, you put yourself in there, you come out dirtier than you went in. That's how bad it was. Come on, sport. There you go. There you go, Molly. Doritos. He's got a whole trailer full of potato chips. Yeah, I don't think he's too heavy, eh? Looks like he's got a 24-foot trailer full of potato chips. Doritos. Let me tell you this though, if that truck ever crashed and went in, rolled over, I'd be the first one breaking into it, man. Doritos are one of my favorite things in the world. Unfortunately, I'm such a glutton. I'm just not. No Doritos are safe around me. All right, ladies and/or gentlemen, here we go. I'm again. I thank you for hanging out with me for the last few hours. I thank you for your comments. I thank you as well for your generosity and your compassion as for one of our friends in need. I really do thank you for that. And with that, you know what? I'm going to end this. I've got to, like I said, I'm going to throw some fuel in here and then I'm going to use the washroom, grab a coffee. And I probably want to phone my wife and say hello and say good morning. So with that, guys, adios. Hope you guys I hope you guys had a good time. I did. Big shout out, especially to Jeff and to all those who participated with a little bit of help for a friend. Later, guys.